Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the ASICS Gold Coast Marathon. It's my privilege to invite Uncle John Graham to deliver our welcome to country. Uncle John is a traditional custodian of the Gold Coast region, a Kumbame man and saltwater man of the Gold Coast, part of the wider Ugambe language group. He also has cultural connections to Minjabal and Waka Waka people. Please join me in warmly welcoming Uncle John Graham.
Bagel Yungay Jimbalungs. G'day friends. My name's John Graham, proud Kumbameri man, saltwater man of the Gold Coast region. Our people are part of the Wadi Ugambe language group, whose lands stretch from the Logan River in the north, the Tweed River in the south, the other side of the Great Dividing Range, out Pasbo Desert, up to a place called Teviot Brook in the north, bordered by the beautiful Pacific Ocean. Kumbameri lands stretch from the Guruma, the Coomera River in the north, down to the Tweed, and to the foothills of the mountains. As all welcomes, I'd like to acknowledge and pay my respects to elders, past, present, and emerging, because it was the old people that fought the good fight in dark and desperate times, in order for people of our generation to work with all Australians, in order to leave a legacy for our young people. For they are the bearers of the flame, the keepers of knowledge, and keep our culture strong into the future. I pay my respects to all Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander across this nation, and I pay my respects to the spirit of this land and her people, and welcome to all our overseas guests as well. Really enjoy the race, enjoy yourselves, look after one another, and be safe. Until we meet again, Naya Nanyabu. Thank you.
Thank you to Uncle John Graham. We'd now like to please welcome Inda, a talented local performer who's been singing and dancing since the age of 5. She's been trained through vocal adrenaline performing arts. Inda has performed across the Gold Coast for many years and will once again appear at this year's Gold Coast as Stedford. We are proud to have her here with us today to perform the Australian National Anthem.
Gifts of beauty, rich and rare, in history's page at every stage, advance Australia fair, in joyful strains, and let us sing, advance Australia fair.
Thank you and well done to Inda, the Australian National Anthem, the 2026 ASICS Gold Coast Marathon. We'd like to invite all the priority runners to the start line. All priority runners to the start line for the 2026 Gold Coast ASICS Marathon.
So they're underway. The ASICS Gold Coast Marathon has commenced. 42.195 kilometres on this super fast bike.
Good morning, everybody, and welcome to the 46th edition of the ASICS Gold Coast Marathon coverage. Should be an enormous day. 17,000 runners from 62 countries on the start line. Weekend warriors to some of the world's best. My name's David Colbert, two-time marathon runner. I am. This man here, one of Australia's greatest ever, Steve Monaghetti. Good morning to you, Mono. It's always a great thrill to be here. We enjoyed a tremendous day yesterday with the half marathon and all the other associated events. But today it's the big one, the marathon.
Today is the big one, isolated, the marathon, and that's what we're here for, 46th edition. And we've had some history here, and we'll have some more today out there on the roads, for sure.
Beautiful conditions, and we've got a stacked field. We've got 13 men that have run sub 2:10, but 2 that have run 2:04. So that is some serious running at the front of the men's event. And at the women's event, there's a deep field of Africans and Japanese runners. Yesterday, it was Sumpai of Japan and Izzy Bat-Doyle, who's going to join us in the coverage, who won the women's race in just outside her personal best. So she's in fantastic form. Jeff Trappett took out the men's wheelchair race. All of these associated events, and the 5K, the 10K, the junior event was
Natalie Rule, Liam Cashin, some of our best distance runners, Australian distance runners, and truly international field, and really good to see the international presence here. It's become very fast, known as a fast course around the world, so we get lots of international runners making the trek here.
Willie's on the line, featured by Madison Di Rosario, 4-time winner here, 2-time Paralympic champion, 4-time Commonwealth Games gold medalist, and Bill Chaffee, the veteran, 2-time winner in 2015 and 2019. They'll be some of the ones to watch. Kota Hokanui's a regular here, Japanese racer, 120.54 his personal best. He'll be hunting down Kurt Fernley's long-held now course record in the wheelchair half marathon. He's getting along a bit at 52 years of age, but he is ageless, and he has won this race in 2023. There's Maddie Di Rosario. What a champion she is. That 1:38.11 from Tokyo in 2021 at the Paralympics is her personal best. And Bill Chaffee, well, he's ageless. He's dabbled in the triathlon. He's a prodigious road racer, and he loves it, Mono.
He loves the Gold Coast, and gee, what a crack field, those three. Really good reputation. Maddie, don't we love seeing her out on the roads? She loves the Gold Coast, won it a few times, and hopefully have another good race today.
Well, they love this course because it's so flat and fast. So there's a little hill over the bridge that they start and then downhill, but it's almost completely flat as we go down to Miami, where the turnaround is. And then behind them you can see the elite starting to mingle around. They'll be a little anxious just going through their final preparations, and then the rest of the 17,000, Mama, they're out the back just a little bit petrified as what's to come.
I say excited, you say petrified. It's a different reaction. People, you just want to get going. But they're very experienced, our wheelies. Maddie, I've seen her around the hotel. She's very relaxed, looking really confident, and looking forward to seeing what she can do today.
Well, she will tuck in, I'd imagine, behind some of the male competitors in this wheelchair. She's by far the outstanding performer in the women's field. The men's field's got a little bit more depth with Hokanui, Jake Lappin, Bill Chaffee. So they'll be some of the ones to watch here. So just about ready to go for the first of the events here, ASICS Gold Coast Marathon, 46th edition.
Just rating on course clearance.
I'll get the clearance from the officials.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the start line. To our wheelchair athletes, on your mark.
So they're underway. So the wheelies, 42.195 kilometres. And the two leading chargers, as you would expect, it's Hokanui of Japan and Madison Di Rosario. They're the two favourites in the women's and the men's event. And that pace they will keep up. I'm always constantly amazed at what the wheelies can do. Mine also Christy Dawes, who's one of the athlete coordinators for the wheelies. She recently retired, and the wheelies, they can race so often. Obviously, they don't have the punishing leg endurance that the able bodies have, but those arms take an absolute beating.
They do, but how the speeds, you know, it's hard for the bikes to keep ahead of them. Some parts of this course, they are really flying. They do love this course. What are we saying? That run in paradise. Imagine you're wheeling down the past surface and you look over to the left, there's a few waves breaking, and it's a beautiful course.
And as the wheelies say, they hope to have a good run. That's the expression that they use, and we wish them all the best. We're going to take a break. We're not too far away from the elite men's and women's start here at the ASICS Gold Coast Marathon of 2026.
It's time for the good times. Forget about the bad times, yeah. One day to come together to release the pressure. We need a holiday. Celebrate. Oh, it would be so nice. Holiday.
Gel Kyano 33. Advanced geometry. Dual layer cushioning. Combined to form fluid support technology. Experience stability reimagined for lasting comfort.
Welcome back to our coverage of the 46th edition of the ASICS Gold Coast Marathon. We're not too far away from a start here in the women's and the men's races, and then followed by the Weekend Warriors. 17,000 athletes on the start line. Perfect conditions here on the Gold Coast on this Sunday morning, and we're really looking forward to what should be another tremendous race. As we take a look at some of the elite competitors in the men's event, Mona, there's some high quality, and it starts with Alicia Rotich.
2:04.21, incredible running now. Paris a couple of years ago, but has had a recent 2:08, so he'll be prominent today.
Aggressive racer, so we should see him up the front. Seshay of Ethiopia is a 2:04 man, set in Paris in 2021, Tokyo Marathon this year. And so he's 27 years of age, bit of upside for him.
Yeah, and we expect the Africans to be prominent. I think we always will, although we know they haven't won here for a little while.
Benson Tunyo should be in the mix. He's 2:06.10 from Osaka.
And recent as well.
Yeah, which is important, isn't it? So you kind of look at that form, how many marathons they've had, what their half marathon form is. And Hijikata is one of the many Japanese runners here. We'll talk a lot about them as the race unfolds. 2:06.26, 29 years of age. And he is ran 2:08 in Osaka this year. Mono, I'm really interested in Haftu Strinsos. I think he's ready for a breakthrough. He's ran a couple of marathons. It'll be interesting he ran that awesome half marathon down in Launceston. Can he now transfer it to a really good marathon? He was the first Australian across the line in Sydney last year.
He's in great form, we know, so he'll be really... He's keen to go out with the leaders, so he's very confident and in great shape.
Ready for a breakthrough, I reckon. So we'll preview the women's field in just a moment. But Dave Robertson's on the start line right amongst the action, Robbo. I would imagine the anticipation is high.
Well, you guys touched on it earlier. There's three emotions runners should feel at the start of a marathon. One of them is nervous, one of them is excited, and the other one is a little bit cold. And I'll tell you about the weather there in a moment, but and also an empty bladder is another good feeling to have. But in behind me here, it's an absolute pleasure to be here at the start line. Nothing like it. There's no feeling like it. The hours that have gone into the bodies, the minds, the legs, into these athletes behind us. We've got some superhuman athletes at the front line here. We're going to look forward to seeing how they go. But in behind them, there's first-timers, and there's all those emotions in there as well. What about the weather? Well, it's absolutely perfect at the moment. We're on about 12 degrees, 13 degrees here at the race start at the moment. It's going to just drift up to about 17, 18 degrees by the time our elites hit the finish line. Wind, a little breath from the south at the moment. That will pick up as the day goes on as well, getting up to 15 to 20 k's an hour. What that will mean is as our runners turn at the southern turn point, they'll get 20 k's where they can put the sails up and head north and hopefully cash in on that wind, but leave a bit in the tank to head into the wind on the way home. Humidity about 80% at the moment. That'll drop down 60, 65% by the end of the finish. But in a moment, we're going to let these people go and we're going to make history here on the streets of the Gold Coast. But before we do that, it's time for a trip back to ancient Greece, and Rob De Castella is going to tell us all about where this marathon paper came from. Thanks, Deke.
This is the man, one of Australia's best ever marathon runners. Give it up for Rob De Castella.
Runners! Marathoners! Welcome to the start of the 2026 ASICS Gold Coast Marathon. Thank you, ASICS! Thank you, Gold Coast! At last, today is the day. Today is your day. Ahead is 42.195 kilometres to your glory. But don't disrespect the marathon. The first 30 kilometres is a warm-up. The marathon starts at 30 kilometres. The marathon is the last 12 kilometres. Because the marathon starts when it gets hard. And hard is good. Hard tests you. Today you follow in the footsteps of the first and the greatest marathon runner of all time, that Greek soldier Phidippides. Over 2,500 years ago, he ran from Marathon to Athens and gave his life for his people. The marathon is his legacy. You are his legacy. We salute your courage because you all know it's going to hurt. But pain is temporary. Your marathon is forever. Embrace the struggle because overcoming is your glory. Celebrate your finish. Celebrate your marathon.
The legend Robert De Castella, thank you.
Pep talk that is, and I can tell you, Mono, having stood on the start line here in 2024 at the marathon, when he gives that speech, you become more petrified. And you want to run to a brick wall, and you have to remember that you've got a long race to go. So we are just about ready for the start with this cracked field. What are the emotions when you're an elite runner here, Mono?
Oh, you're nervous, you're hoping you get away. Is it going to be a great day? It's always going to be a great day right now, but you're thinking about what's ahead and you're just trying to relax, wait, enjoy the silence, because that'll be the last of the silence for the next few hours.
Keep out of trouble too at the start.
Yeah.
So just about ready. They're in the starters' hands.
Welcome to the ASICS Gold Coast Marathon. Ladies and gentlemen, on your mark.
So away they go, 42.195 kilometres. It's an epic race. To become a marathon runner is one of the great achievements in life, no matter whether you're at the front of the field or whether you're just inside the cut-off time. We've got 17,000 runners on the streets of the Gold Coast on a beautiful Sunday morning. Where would you rather be?
Nowhere else than here, and we see a little bit of it's dark, and I actually don't mind starting in that sort of darkness. It adds to the mystique, and it'll open up pretty shortly. We'll see daylight, and I'm really interested in that weather forecast because I was worried it was going to be a little bit windy, but it might be windy at the back section of the course when they're coming home, but right now it is absolutely perfect. If anything, maybe a little bit warm if it's 13 degrees. You're probably thinking sort of 7, 8 right now, but pretty good conditions for the elites.
And the humidity, but the direct sunlight will be the key, and how strongly that comes down. The forecast earlier in the week was for a little more overcast conditions than we're experiencing, but as that sun rises, which will be on the left-hand side of the runners as they head down towards Miami, the course, we'll have a look at the animation shortly, but it's pretty straightforward. They run down, turn around and come back. The hardest part is when you go past the finish line and you've still got 31k to go. So you've at the 31k mark, you've still got 11k to go as you head up towards Runaway Bay. But it's flat and it's fast, and the number of, because of school holidays here in the Gold Coast at the moment, there's the city is packed full of families and friends of runners, and the atmosphere on the course is fantastic.
It is, and I think that 31k point's very significant. We heard Deke say that it's funny how the marathon starts at 30k, as he says, and we know it, we've done it, and it's absolutely true. So, and you go up the little hill, you hit 31k, and you're running away from that finish line, which is also mentally challenging. But right now, all they're worried about is heading down to the southernmost turning point on the course. We'll show you shortly, and they're just settling into their rhythm. Nice pack, nothing silly, and you're hoping, well, I'm feeling pretty relaxed. Doesn't actually really matter how you're feeling now. You're just getting into your work.
Good series of pacemakers surrounding our elites, so the leading chances will be tucked away. You don't want to expose yourself too much, and you can see, just checking the watch to make sure that Ethan Subi doing the pace there. Surely he's just wanting to make sure he sets it up for the first 5k, not wanting to go too fast for these elite runners.
One of the Japanese guys. Oh, USA, yeah, shall we?
So the men settling into their work. Haftu Strinsos on the left-hand side there in the blue vest, just behind the pacemakers. But pretty comfortable at the moment for all of these athletes. Mono, when you ran your debut marathon at the Commonwealth Games, it was back in 1986. It was in colour, just been invented. I was there cheering you on. You went from a 10,000 metre man, you were there as a 10K runner and you ran your debut marathon. Can you remember the feelings in the early parts of the race when you were off on your debut journey?
I can clearly, Dave, because I was over there. I ran the 10K 6 days earlier, so I was absolutely jogging. And I don't want to downplay this, but in my own experience, because I was a 10K runner, I'm thinking, gee, we're going pretty slow here. This is not that hard. It got a bit hard later on, but early on, because of the difference in the pace for me as a 10K runner going out to the marathon, I found it pretty casual early. Good feeling if you're feeling pretty comfortable early, and that's what you're hoping is happening right here in this pack sitting behind the paces.
Let's take a look at the elite female field. Athletes that we're going to focus on today that you would imagine will be at the top of the women's list, and we'll start with Kwambai of Kenya, 2:23.20 from Tokyo. The 34-year-old made her marathon debut back in 2019.
And we'll focus a bit on the course records, and she's, you know, well under that, so has a solid run today, and she'll be giving that a crack.
Elmez Kabidi of Ethiopia, 20 years of age, and that's young for a marathon runner. She's ran 3 marathons in 2025, and 2026 the LA Marathon where she ran 2:29. So she ran 2:23.30 on debut and has got slower since. So it's interesting that she went out hard and then you understand what the marathon's all about.
Yeah, well, and she's only 20.
Yeah.
It's even more interesting. So she's got a long way to go, and hopefully she can turn that form around today.
The other end of the experience scale is Lindsay Flanagan. She's a winner here in 2022. Mentored by and trained by Benita Willis for a time, our great Australian marathon runner, had held the race record at 2:24.43. So she's an experienced campaigner. We
love seeing her back. Has had some injuries, but back running really well. So something to prove today.
Murakami of Japan, again, strong field of Japanese runners, the 28-year-old. She was a personal best of 2:25.07 in Nagoya, which she made her debut in March this year. Jen Gregson was 8th in that race, so she was just behind Jen. So you would, again, second marathon, it's always interesting to see how they'll go.
Yeah. And Japanese very strong here, as we know, both in the men and women. And Kawamura, 2:25, also from Osaka a couple of years ago. So just a really quality women's field, the depth here in the women's field. And, you know, we often see that pack. I wonder whether they'll pack up or they'll see some breakaways in the women's race. They have their own paces, so see how that plays out.
She was just outside that personal best in Osaka this year, where she qualified for their Olympic trials race. And Mono, over to you for the pronunciation of KG Gabeldrak of Mongolia, who's a regular visitor to the Gold Coast. She's run a lot of marathons and was 5th here last year.
Yes, KG, and she's always knows the course, loves coming back here. She'll be, I think she'll run a strong race. She knows the course well and will run in her own speed and her own time.
A couple of Australians, Millie Clark and Vanessa Wilson, in the women's field. They'll be challenging to the top 10 spots. Let's take a look at the course map here. We've started in the Southport Broadwater Parklands.
I love that course map.
Yeah,
that'd be good. That's all I want to see, the finish line.
So we head south, you take a left-hand turn over the bridge and head up towards SeaWorld. It's a pretty nice part of the course here, and you take a pretty quick turnaround once you get up to that spot, and then effectively you're just running straight. You go down along the beach monitor for a long way to Miami.
This is where we talk about when you run in paradise, that beautiful beach outlook off to your left, and a straight run. No, absolutely no. The only hill on this section of the course is a speed bump.
You go through some nice properties along Hedges Avenue and turn around at Miami. A couple of years ago they went right down to Burleigh, but now it's a turnaround there and then you're back. And if it is windy, you do feel the breeze at your back or into your face along that section. A little bit out onto the highway here and then back onto the main drag. And the crowds through Broadbeach and this part of the course are, where the majority of the holiday makers are staying, the family and friends. You're going to see them twice, so that's pretty much where the crowds tend to accumulate.
Yeah, the atmosphere out on course is really, really great, and I know that a lot of the participants enjoy that support.
A couple of tweaks to the course this year just to avoid the pinch points of the age group runners, a big field, but then back along the ocean front.
Yep.
And then we head back towards the finish line, and this is where Deke talked about the 30 kilometres. That's when the marathon starts. But the mental barrier of seeing there's a sign that says 31 kilometres as you get towards about here, where the finish line's on the right-hand side. It's a mental torture test from this point on. That's
where we sit. We're in the studio sitting. We're in the right spot because you go up a hill and down the other side, running away from the finish line. You do that little area out at Runaway Bay, the turnaround point. You are happy to hit 36k and be heading for home. And if there is a wind, it looks like it's a southwesterly, so I think we'll be okay, Dave, but it can come off the water there in that last section.
I'm going to disagree with you on the flatness of the course, because once you get up to the Runaway Bay section, as you head over the canals, there are rises, and it felt like I was running up Mount Vesuvius.
Well, I think that they're molehills, but they become mountains at that stage of the race, isn't it?
And it's important for, well, the elites, if you're doing this for the first time, to know the course.
Yeah.
So there's one of the many amusement parks. SeaWorld and the elite field are up towards that initial turnaround point as we approach the first 5k. It's an important first 5k. You just want to make sure you're not running too fast. And for those that are running their debut marathons, a lot of experience in this field, but the tendency, as you said, Mona, is you feel so good that you do run potentially a little fast. So you do need to have the handbrake on.
And that's where the pacer's job is so important. And they've also got to have a good day. It's not easy pacing there out the front. They'll be running at 20 kilometres an hour, so just over 3-minute Ks. I think course record's about that 3:01 kilometre pace, so that's just the pace they'll be running. And you hope that they can just not only set the pace, block any wind and just break up that front running for you, but an important job that they do. And looks like we've got all the main protagonists there. They all look very relaxed, and they should, because you're kind of heading out and just getting through these first few kilometres, like I say, hoping that today's a good day and ticking them off.
A noted fashionista that you are, Mona, I love the ASICS kit, and you can see the Team ASICS runners in the blue. It's fresh, it looks great.
Stands out,
yeah.
See them clearly.
Some of them in the tights, have to with the splitties, the old school shorts. Mona, you'd like that?
I've always never raced in anything but shorts. I'm sure some will have vision where I didn't, but
How did you feel when the Lycra was introduced? Were you an early adopter?
I remember getting a pair of Lycra, and they were quite bright. I remember running around Lake Wendouree, and I was getting some toots. I don't think they were positive toots. I think they were blaring, saying, "Get off."
Well, as a former long jumper, I was all over the tights, and it's good to run in. It does reduce the chafing, I have to say.
Aerodynamic.
Well, that didn't help, but it certainly does help the chafing.
And that's going to happen in a marathon, I say, and people say, why is a marathon so tough? You can pull out of a marathon because of a blister, because it becomes so sore over such a long period of time. So simple things become massive.
Welcome back to the 46th edition of the ASICS Gold Coast Marathon. Men's field's gone through 5K. Ethan Shuley of the US, the pacemaker there in the middle. Oh, a bit thirsty. That's a dangerous manoeuvre for a pacemaker to cut across everybody like that. That gives everyone palpitations. 15:02, Mona, so spot on the time that they would be looking for.
Right on, exactly as I mentioned that. Well, they're under the 3:01. They're just in between 3s and 3:01 kilometre pace, but that's absolutely perfect, exactly what you want, so spot on. Yeah, I don't be doing that either.
No.
Stay relaxed.
He's a bit fractious in the gates. If he was a horse, you'd just want him to put the pacifiers on. He's over the road, he's looking around, and if you're behind them, the elites, you just want a pacemaker who's running in a straight line, Mona.
And relaxed and comfortable and not doing anything sort of quick or unpredictable.
So this is the lead female pack, and they're surrounded by some of the 17,000 racers that are looking for a fast time here. So, you know, this is serious pace, but pacemakers here, including Riley Cox, who is fiancée of Izzy Bat Doyle. We'll look forward to talking to Izzy shortly, but they're comfortable, as you would expect, but it's a little bit different for the elite women, Mona, because they're surrounded by more runners.
They are. They have a lot of men around them. I think that's Murakami there in the middle, one of the Japanese runners we mentioned. So they tend to, you know, have a lot of men. And, you know, it's interesting. You think the men are helping the women. The women are helping the men because they know what pace they're running and they're going to be pretty consistent. They've got their own pacemakers. So men often sit in there, and which is an interesting tactic. Chimyatai, the Kenyan as well, Joylene.
So 14:51, that seems fast.
Yeah, that's not right. Sorry.
Yeah. It's on our computer screen here too, so it's not just the graphic, but it's got Millie Clark going through the first 5K in 14:51, which would be faster than the men, and that would be an extreme pace.
So Riley Cox there and Dion Fincario just setting the pace at 8, and so they're going to run through halfway in about 72 minutes. So that's about just under 3:30k pace. So yeah, that'd put them through in about 17.5. So we'll get
their pace they're looking for the leading pace to be around 2:24 pace for the elite.
There's 18 minutes we're seeing on the clock.
Yeah.
That's more realistic. That's right on.
Yeah. So the pacemaker's an important job, and you can see that they're attending, and the extravagant personal drinks that you see there with the making sure you've got the right one, the tinsel.
Yeah, they're hard to see. I know it seems strange. You look at that bottle and you see all these decorations all over it, but when you're running at 20 kilometres an hour, you can't see them at drink stations. It's hard to get in, and you do need to make sure you're hydrated. Your nutrition is so important. And you think, you know, what's that rule? If you're thirsty, it's too late, so get it early, and that's what all our elite runners would be trying to do.
So heading towards Main Beach for our elite men here.
Beautiful aerial shots. It's such a picturesque place to run, and people often ask me, do you take it in? Well, you do early on. I reckon you want to disassociate at times, and you get to enjoy having a bit of a look left and right, and you know, we see the runners going the other direction. We all love that. Spectators in the middle. So you have a bit of human interaction early, and you know, you can't concentrate for 2.5 hours or 3 or 4 hours, so you need to break it up and just have moments where you enjoy running. You know, what's one of the best places in the world to run a marathon? Why wouldn't you try and take it in and enjoy it?
I'll be interested in following the progress of the lead Australian here, Haftu Strinsos, the 26-year-old from Melbourne. Born in Ethiopia, adopted by a Greek family, went to US college at Villanova. On his marathon record, he's had a good start.
Good day.
Sydney, 2:11.27, went to Valencia and didn't have a great run. So sometimes that second marathon can be difficult because you know how hard the first one is, but then from then on he's now into his marathon career, so it'll be interesting to see how he runs today and what his approach is.
And you learn, like anything, you learn from your less strong runs, so I'm sure he's learned from that second run and bounced back, and we're really excited about what he's doing at the moment. That 60-41 half marathon 5 weeks ago. He's obviously in great shape, so looking good. Yeah, it's the future of Australian distance running, marathon running, right there.
We've got a strong group of marathon runners that have, already set some great standards with Andy Buchanan, of course, the Australian record, and Brett Robinson. But will be one of those leading the way through to LA, potentially.
We only had 5 men under 210 for about 30 years, and then I think we had 5 in the last 5 years.
Yeah, I think the shoes might have a bit to say with that, Mon. I'd love to know how fast would have Derek Clayton run in a pair of super shoes? That's a 2:08 and a pair of things that looked like Dunlop Volleys, the old ASICS.
Wouldn't I love to say he'd run 1:59.30 or something?
Well, how fast do you think you'd run in a pair of carbon-plated super shoes?
I reckon they're 3 or 4 seconds per K advantage, so you add that over 42K and you're up 2 or 3 minutes. Most people, they say 4. I'm a bit more conservative. I go 3, so we'd run 2:05.
Yeah. It's a shame he didn't get that opportunity. I think the same about Tams and Lewis Manu and the 800 and the times that they're running. And, she was 1:58, but she's probably a 1:56 800-metre runner.
Yeah, and it has moved the benchmarks, but you still got to run it. The shoes can only do so much. It's all about the training. And I think it's a recovery. We'll talk about it a bit more later, but it's a recovery also that you get to train harder and you prepare better because you don't get as tired in training. So you can also get a lot more training under your belt.
And it flows the whole way. Yeah, and it flows the whole way through the field. And at the expo on Saturday, the new ASICS, the Mega Speed, you pick them up, it is staggering how light they are. There's nothing to them other than the sole. They're incredible technology.
And that's what you want. You're carrying the, over 42K. You want to make sure you've got something that's not going to be a dead weight, especially if you get a bit fatigued. But, they're light and you're getting the spring, and the bounce back now. So it's the best of both worlds. But we digress. There is a race happening.
Well, it's early stages, but it's all part of it. Yeah. The leading men as they approach the 7.5 kilometre mark, early stages. Perfect conditions here on the Gold Coast for what is a record-breaking edition of the ASICS Gold Coast Marathon.
I went from moving one finger to run a 2:37 marathon. So I trained by myself every day. So Audible became my best friend.
Having something like Audible to be able to just chuck in my ears just makes those kilometers go faster.
I'm doing what I love and also getting so much information.
As long as I get to the finish and go, I gave that everything I've got, I've left it all out there, I'm going to be satisfied and happy with it.
Welcome back to our coverage of the ASICS Gold Coast Marathon. Field well and truly underway on a beautiful day here on the Gold Coast. Happy to be joined by Brett Lana from Japan Running News. Good to see you again, Brett, our resident Japanese running expert, but also the athlete agent for the leading Australian Have To Strinsos. So interested in your thoughts on that. But the Japanese fascination with this race continues.
Absolutely. It's always a pleasure to be back. And as you know, a lot of Japanese keep coming back as well. It's a great race for the Japanese. Yeah.
Well, in the men in particular, they've been dominant. They've won the last 6. They've had won the last 4. They've had 6 of the top 10 last year. What are you expecting this year?
It's always a question how the Africans in the field are going to do. I think that the top 3 seeds in the race this time are all from Africa, and they're maybe a step beyond the level of the Japanese athletes who are here. But you know, as we saw last year and in past years, sometimes that doesn't translate, and the Japanese athletes tend to perform better than expected here. So I would be surprised to see a top 6 sweep by Japanese again this year, but I think certainly I'd be surprised if there wasn't at least one on the podium.
I think someone asked me who was going to win the men's race, and I think I said initial A, surname Japanese. I think you'd be pretty safe. But I do agree, and I think the Africans they've often flown in late here. I reckon this year they've come a little bit earlier, so I think we might see a race. So I'm not giving up just yet on that. We could have some Africans back certainly on the podium, but the Japanese just run so well here. Brett, is it because the time lack of only a couple of hour time difference? They're prepared. They've got good history here.
Yeah, all of those things. At the pre-race press conference, that question came up, and Ryoma Takeuchi, who was 3rd here last year, said exactly those points. He said, for one thing, there's essentially no time difference, and so even though it's a long trip to come down, they don't have to deal with jet lag the way they would if they're going to Europe or North America. He said, the course and the weather is always fantastic. An excellent course, very flat. The conditions are almost always the same, and it just there's the awareness of the ASICS Gold Coast Marathon as a race where Japanese athletes run well, and so other Japanese athletes are like, okay, that guy ran well at the Gold Coast. I can run well at the Gold Coast, and so they come here in droves.
They expect. I think that's the thing, Dave and Brett. If you're positive and you have an expectation, I reckon it helps you psychologically knowing that, there's an expectation that, if I'm in shape, I can get a good result here. And I think the Japanese have that belief.
I do say this a lot. If you're sitting at home on the couch, go and try and run one lap of the track or your local oval at 3-minute pace and see how you go. See how you feel, and then string 40 of them together, 50 of them, 100 of them.
Put a treadmill at 20k an hour and see how fast that belt's going.
Yeah.
What did Robbo say? Put your helmet and protection on, because you'll be off the back pretty quickly.
It's crazy, really, the pace that they're running.
But they look so efficient, and I think that's the one thing that I always will. And while you're here, Brett, the Japanese are so efficient. I often see the Africans might be flaying their arms and throwing their heads around a bit, but Japanese, incredibly efficient. Yep. You want to be not a high knee lift, you just want to cover the ground, so you're just using that technique to make sure you keep your energy for when you need it later in the event.
Absolutely. We're seeing more of the Japanese runners come down to run the half marathons here, Launceston in particular, and one of the athletes that's interested in is Gina Ozaki, who ran a good half marathon behind Have To and Brett Robinson, making his debut here.
That's correct.
In the marathon. What are your thoughts on his chances today?
I think he's very interesting. He did run the Launceston half marathon the last 2 years. 2 years ago when he did it, or last year when he did it, it was his first race outside Japan, and he was a bit of a surprise. He ran what's still his career PB there for 4th place, and then this year was a few seconds slower, but improved to 3rd place, very competitive. So he has, kind of like we were saying, that the awareness of Australia as a place that he can run well. So that was part of his decision-making process in choosing the Gold Coast for his marathon debut. I certainly think he could potentially run a good one.
You often give us one who flies under the radar, so we'll look out for him. And they're right on pace there. We're seeing through 10k in just over 30 minutes. So if anything, they're a little bit quicker than we expected. So that 30 minutes would get you to 2:06. 36, so, gee, that's fast running. They are in that early stages, but that's quick running.
Our three pacemakers here are all excellent marathoners. Tsubasa Ichiyama, who's in the orange and blue singlet, is a 2:06.00 marathon runner, and he paced for the course record here last year. Shin Sakakudo, who's on screen right in the burgundy, is also a 2:07 marathoner, even though he's still in college. He paced the course record here 2 years ago. And then on left, Ethan Shuley is 2:07.14, Tokyo-based American. His first time pacing, but all three of these guys have the credentials to run this kind of pace.
We have to say, we're not surprised that it's his first time pacing because he has been all over the road.
Yeah.
You talk about the efficiency and the smoothness. He doesn't have that, so I'm surprised that his 2:07's a serious time, but he's taking his job seriously, Brett, but he's a bit erratic, we have to say.
Yeah. There's a learning process for everything, right?
Well, he's done a good job so far in keeping them under control at the 15 minutes for both the 5K splits. Just on Haftus Trinsos, the Australian, 26 years of age, and I think he's an athlete that's going to become more well known in Australia. He had that great run in Launceston, the Australian all-comers record, 60.41 down there, and his Sydney Marathon run was first Australian across the line, but he didn't have a good run in Valencia, so he went from 2:11 to 2:26, so a challenge third up for him mentally.
I think Sydney is quite a challenging course, and you could kind of subtract two minutes from the time there to get an idea of what the run was worth. Valencia, I think he struggled a little bit with the travel and some dietary issues while there. But the choice for him to do the ASICS Gold Coast Marathon this time was based on maybe him tending to be a little bit overly ambitious and wanting to go for the kind of time he thinks he's capable of, a 2:05 or such. And just in discussion with his coach, Adam, we felt that a race where he, as a step towards doing that kind of performance, a race where he could run maybe 2:07 would be ideal. And so, that's perfectly suited to the Gold Coast here.
Mona?
Yeah, it's interesting, isn't it? Just go 2:11 on debut, and now we'll just roll out a 2:07. But
well, I kind of feel that he's got that potential in him. That's why as an analyst of the statistics and looking at the trends and what's possible, the question is, can you become that, or is he just good at half marathon? We see so many athletes that make a transition, whether it's from a track racer. Izzy Bat-Doyle will be joining us shortly. A track runner who's become a good marathon runner, a really good marathon runner. Can you become a great marathon runner? It's a different question because we know how difficult it is. So back to the wheelies, almost halfway. Hakanui leading the way.
One of the legends of the sport, really.
So the 2023 winner is well in command. They do a good job of getting the cars off the side of the road, but sometimes people just don't quite get the memo that the road will be cleared and we're going to get you out of the way. Just on that, to both of you, Mona and to Brett, sometimes there's a big difference between a half marathon and a marathon. There's a big difference between being a good 30K runner and being a marathon runner. And so I think we're going to find out a little bit today about Haftu as to where he sits there.
Yeah, definitely. I think the Launceston half performance, that 60.41 Australian all-comers record, if he's doing proper marathon training and he's ideally suited to the marathon, I think 2:07 is completely in range based on that performance. But as you said, a good half marathon doesn't always translate to a good marathon. Yeah.
I ran 60.34 and 2 weeks later ran 2:08 in Berlin, so I double it and add 7 minutes, but I think with the super shoes now, we're doubling it and adding about 5 minutes. So my mathematics is
if you can make it.
60.40, you double it, 2:01.5, 2:06.30. So he's right on what we're saying. So it's realistic. Again, Dave and Brad, it's just having a good day, but also just making that conversion of being able to run his half marathon and keep going.
So the women's field, they're ticking along at about 17 minutes for 5K. Dion, those now.
Yeah, Dion Finicario, they're helping out with that 2:24 pace and just giving some directions, making sure everyone's okay, just looking back. Good that they're checking in. That's their job. They not only set the pace, they make sure that everyone's okay within that group, especially with the men around the women. Can be a bit not messy, but through drink stations can be busy.
Yeah, it can be difficult to see who's actually still in the pack at times. So it's good they are looking back to check on each person.
Brett, you talked about the talent at the top of the men's field with the African runners. The women's field's a little tighter in terms of the times, and Kombai and Kabidi are 2:23, but the two leading Japanese athletes, Murakami and Karamura, are 2:25 runners. What are you expecting from them today?
I would have expected both of them to be in this pack. I think only Murakami, the faster of the two, is in the top 5 at the moment. But I think what we saw with the women's course record set 2 years ago by Japan's Yuki Nakamura, she initially dropped back from the African leaders, and then when they started to fade after 30 kilometers, closed it down, and ran the course record of 2:24. So, I mean, I think they're running around that pace right now, and I do see Murakami in that pack. So we'll see if she stays with them, if there's that kind of separation again, and if they follow the same kind of pattern to close it down. But certainly, like, the conditions are great today, good field, so it wouldn't surprise me to see somebody go under that course record.
Madison Di Rosario leading the women's wheelchair through 15 kilometres, 41:23, so pushing strongly. What are you making of the global fascination with running? It's been continuing on since COVID. It's got stronger and stronger. The World Marathon Majors are now, the London Marathon extraordinarily is going to run a 2-day event next year with 40 to 50,000 people going twice, and 1.4 million people entered. 1.4 million people entered the ballot to run.
It's incredible, isn't it? Yeah, it's this current running boom is just really extraordinary. I think, as you said, like it's largely been since the closure of the coronavirus pandemic. I think a lot of people began running during that time, and yeah, just a lot of I'm seeing a lot of kind of investment into the industry, a lot of new sponsors, new companies coming in, and what's really interesting is the running shoe brands are going more and more global. There's traditionally 4 or 5 larger companies, Japanese, European, American, but we're starting to see Chinese brands come in really strong. There's one of the runners, a New Zealand runner who ran in a half marathon yesterday, is sponsored by an Indonesian brand. So we're really seeing a lot of global growth in areas that are traditionally not running markets. It's a really interesting time.
And what about the corporate running scene in Japan? Because that's always been it's been there all the time. Is it still as strong, or now that the brands are taking over, the athletes are now more representing brands and running in major events themselves rather than the corporate team scene that you've got in Japan?
Well, the corporate team system is still quite strong, but yeah, we are seeing more athletes choose not to enter that, to have just a shoe contract and to pursue something as an individual pro. So that is creating changes within the system.
Great to have you with us. Thank you for your time. View down from high as they head down towards Miami. And not too much action on the road here, but as you go back up towards the 17,000 competitors from 62 countries, the streets along the Gold Coast absolutely packed. Our lead male group ticking along pretty nicely.
And there's a story in every one of those runners out there today, Dave and Brett. That's what we love. I think that's the crossover when you talk about how popular recreational running's become, but participants all doing it for different reasons and packing up, making friendships and having experiences that are life-changing.
This is the Hedges Avenue section. Pretty narrow street here, and has been some changes to the course because it was two-way, so it became a bit skinny.
Credit to the organisers.
Yeah. It's also you've got to be a little bit careful on the road here, and you see that the runners focus on the middle, because if you're on the edges, the camber is a little extreme and it's a bit early, so you do want to sit in the middle of the road here. There's a few speed humps. You just need to be careful and not take in the multi-million-dollar properties on the left-hand side there that are right on the beach.
Yeah, we do occasionally see falls, people tripping over some of those speed bumps. The athlete in green, just coming on screen, Ryoma Takeuchi, who was third last year in a 2:08:38 PB. He did that despite tripping over a speed bump at 23K and falling quite hard. So it does happen. People, are really focused on just looking ahead, focused on what they're doing, and maybe take a misstep and trip over one of those.
Takeuchi in good form, so obviously third last year, so come back. He knows the course and
yeah,
improve on that.
Definitely. He felt he was in 2:07 shape last year. He had problems. His plane was cancelled. He came 24 hours late last year and then fell at 23K. So even though he ran a career best time, he was quite disappointed with that and has really just focused the whole year on coming back and improving on that performance.
You can see as they go over the speed humps there, because you can hit there's one there, and you can just hit the top of it or on the way up or the way down and just unsettle you a fraction. So you do need to be a little careful. Tell us a little bit more about our man Ethan out in front, the pacemaker, because he's got a bit of an ungainly style. At 2:07 you mentioned, but he's the right man for the job at the moment.
Yeah, he went to BYU, one of the top running schools in the United States, where he was teammates with some of the top Americans, Conor Mantz and such, but had serious injury issues and basically quit running completely. And 3 years ago came to Japan for work, and he was based in Kobe for 2 years, working in the prefectural government there. And while he was there, he started running again and just gave himself a goal of running a 100-mile trail race as his comeback race, and DNF'd after 100K, but kind of got a taste for it and decided to try a marathon. He ran low 220s at the Nara Marathon 2 years ago, and then improved to 2:17 in Nagano last spring. He ran the Kobe Marathon last fall in 2:11:30 and was second. The Osaka half marathon in January this year, he had a big breakthrough and ran 61:02 and then backed that up running 2:05 pace at the Osaka Marathon, fading at the end to 2:07:14. But he's really a complete amateur. He doesn't really have the background knowledge of a lot of the things that people take for granted in how you do the professional end of the sport. So yeah, when you're saying he's kind of going all over in that, he really is kind of a blank page compared to most of these other people. He's a fascinating guy. He's just signed a large pro contract with ASICS, so he will be one of the people that people will have an eye on for the next couple of American Olympic teams, I think.
Okay, and what's his work industry?
He was working for 2 years in the prefectural government in Kobe, and then that was a 2-year project, and then he entered a film school in Tokyo and did 1 year of that, but because his goal is to be a film director to make videos and films. But with his breakthrough in Osaka, he ended up quitting the program to dedicate full-time to running.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Well, that'll be a big lead up to the LA Olympics. Kona Hokanui halfway in the men's wheelchair. 48.23, he's got a big 5-minute lead. For the Japanese runners, their qualification for we talked about it before, qualifying for the qualifying race.
That's right.
And,
yeah.
Every country has a different circumstance for their Olympic qualifying, but for LA, for the US, they normally have a trial.
They have a single trials race, yeah.
And first 3 across the line, if you've got
Correct.
the qualifying, off you go. So when is that?
That will be in 2027.
Okay.
Or sorry, 2028.
And have they picked the location yet for that event, or for both Japan and for... it's the Grand Marathon Championships.
That's correct. The Japanese
Japan.
trials are the...
the Grand Marathon Championship.
That's correct, yeah.
We need a big exotic title.
Marathon Grand Championship.
Marathon Grand Championship.
Right, yeah.
It's an exotic title for a big race runner, but the prize on the line. And of course, I grew up. Mono was still a youngster, but watching the LA Marathon, brutal course. Joan Benoit, first time women's marathon. Carlos Lopez, Deke in action. 47 degrees running along the highways of the LA.
Those big flyover freeways, pretty
brutal
open
course.
Exposed. It was a brutal race. I was watching.
I presume the course will be a little friendlier in LA.
This time round.
Yeah. But finishing in the Coliseum, like you would hope, again, a magnificent finishing location for the LA Olympics. And, well, the Americans love a great marathon runner, so if Ethan Shuley can be their man, they'd be pretty excited.
Yep.
And I think that, that we talk about these races as qualifying races as well. At some point the qualifying time will open for LA. I think it's not quite yet. It might be the end of this year. I think November this year. And you can run, so Haffey could run a time early next year that will set him up for getting selected for an Olympic single. And I think that's still what people want. I reckon that you want to run for your country at the Olympic Games, and to do it in an historic event like the marathon would be pretty special. And Haftu's on that journey right now.
So there he is in the middle of the screen now, Haftu Strinsos.
Got his drinks, so, yeah, important. I love seeing when they get their drinks, because then they're travelling pretty well and keep their fluids up.
We did see in one of the overhead shots there, and now you can see just off the back of that shot that we are starting to lose quite a few people from this pack. And even this group, I think, has separated a little bit from the front group with Haftu and the Pacers. So I think we're getting to the point now where, past 15 kilometers, where people who are not really up for running this kind of pace today are starting to realise that.
And still on pace, just over 45 minutes through 15k, so on that 3:01 kilometre pace, and that pace they are finding it difficult today.
Yep.
So 45.13 through 15k. So they did lose 13 seconds on the 15k splits that they'd done for the first two, but it's okay at this point. You can see the live tracker at 3:02.
Yeah, just at the back of this group on screen right now is Jinya Ozaki, who I mentioned before, making his marathon debut here after 2 good half marathons in Australia. Mizuki Higashi in white on white there. This is his, I believe, 3rd straight Gold Coast. He's run reasonably well here the last 2 times, but not quite up to what he wanted to do. So he's back for another one. So
lead women ensconced in the pack of pacemakers and fellow travellers, looking for times in the 2:25 to 28. Pacemakers are set out on 2:24 pace, but they've also got a couple of paces at the 2:29, depending on how we go. And Madison Di Rosario leading the women's wheelchair comfortably at halfway, 58.21, looking for her 5th Gold Coast Marathon wheelies win. Gold Coast Recreation and Sport Wheelchair Marathon. So we're going to take a break. Action continuing here from the Gold Coast. Sun rising, beautiful day for running.
Today's students are tomorrow's front line. Today's visionaries will become tomorrow's leaders. And today's research will discover tomorrow's solutions. For ourselves, for others, and for our world. Southern Cross University, transforming tomorrow.
Welcome back to the ASICS Gold Coast Marathon. Runners headed towards Miami through the delightfully named Mermaid Beach. Fantastic area, residential area, but also holiday apartments and the like, and our leading group surrounded by the pacemakers, David Colbert, Steve Monaghetti, and we're joined by Brett Lana of Japan Running News. And I'm fascinated with Issa Shuli, and he's so busy. You want to be quiet when you're running, but he looks at his watch every 15 seconds. He's got a smile on his face. He seems to be chatting to everybody. Might be driving everybody nuts.
Yeah. Well, they are on pace, or they're maybe just a little off pace. So I'm not sure whether they've responded to the group or they've just gone through a patch there that might have been a little bit slower. But they're still on pretty good pace. So I think they've made that turn heading back.
Yeah, they're back on the way back, aren't they?
Yeah.
Instead of runners going the other way, and that stream of athletes will continue to grow as they get to the meaty section. Monty, you talked about everyone coming for a different reason, and whether it's to break your personal best or it's to get under 3 hours. Mark Arbib, the CEO of the Australian Olympic Committee, is a regular sub 3 hour runner. There's the leading women through 15k, 51.18. But everyone's got a sub 4 hours, sub 5 hours, just to get to the finish and become a marathon runner. All of those things are huge goals.
And there's paces out there at those different times as well. So, and it's a massive achievement just finishing a marathon. So to see so many people doing that, being able to back up and run a personal best, and these are the challenges you face out in running nowadays. It's great to see so many people with as I say, their own stories and their own challenges out on the road, and we'll see that.
Well, there are 90 paces organised by Pat Carroll, who's an ambassador and great marathon runner in his own right for Australia, and there are 90 paces who are set across the various times. We've got the big balloon, and again, having run this race myself in 2024 and sat on that 4 hour pacer, they are the lifeline. You don't have to think, you just look at the balloon. Am I there? Am I not? Can I make the finish? That's all you concentrate on. And they're volunteers.
I've paced the 3 hour group a few times, Dave and Brett, and I remember I had to go to the toilet because I wasn't, I was cruising pretty comfortably. I was overhydrated and went slightly off course and had about 200 people following me.
Where you go?
Don't follow me, it's okay. Stay on course, I will come back.
The camaraderie that you build up in that little group of people that are trying to achieve the same goal, and that's what this lead group are doing at the moment. There's less of a group of community feeling at the elite end of the race than there is amongst the punters, that's for sure. But there's actually a group of cowboys from Karratha which are amazing. I'm sure we won't see them, but they're here to run. They're racing for Dolly's Dream, raising money for that charity to combat bullying. Mona, they are wearing jeans, their full cowboy shirts and cowboy hats. They have relented and aren't wearing their cowboy boots. They're going to wear runners. But they're out on the course today and all the way from Karratha in Western Australia.
They might be whipping up a frenzy out there,
nice.
mightn't they?
Nice. And the number of Japanese runners, just the regular runners, Brett, continues to to grow this event?
Yeah, I was just on the way over from the start to the studio here. I was speaking with the head of the Japanese office for the Gold Coast Marathon, and yeah, she said the numbers this year were exceptionally good, over 700 participating from Japan. The last couple of years, Japan's been struggling a bit with the exchange rate. The yen is very weak right now, and so it's extremely expensive to go overseas for Japanese. And
Fantastic for Australians to go to Japan, though. And if
yeah,
you
absolutely.
Haven't been,
if you're going overseas,
get on the plane.
if you're going to Japan from overseas, it's a great time. But
nothing beats the sushi from a Lawson's or a 7-Eleven or whatever it might be over there, and they have everything.
Yeah, but I think it says a lot about the quality of the event and its appeal to the Japanese market that there are so many coming, even with more difficult than usual financial circumstances. It's great.
Big contingent from the Philippines as well, I think, as well.
Yeah, they said 50 or so. I think, I believe Singapore has the largest contingent here, 800 or so. So, yeah, it's great. Like I was saying earlier, new markets, different countries you wouldn't usually associate with running are sending lots of people. Yeah.
The wheelchair race, just to keep you updated there, Kanui leading ahead of Tristan Orchard and Bill Chaffee through 25k. But Kanui, Japanese racer, looking for his second win here, has got a big lead. He needs nearly 6 minutes in front. And Madison Di Rosario well in command.
And I think in the women's, most of the favourites are there. Kwambai, Kabibi, Murakami and Chemutai in that group. We saw footage earlier, so...
Yeah, Chemutai is a bit of a surprise there, I think. She only has a 242 PB, which is nowhere near the quality of some of the others who have best in the 223 range.
No, and so, got that typical Kenyan, got a really forward lean. She's a bit of an ungainly looking runner, but in that pack and looking okay at the moment.
Yep.
The paces, I'm not sure how far they're going. I think they're hoping, there's obviously 3 and 4 of them, so often they'll just 1 to 20k and 1 to 25, 1 to 30, and we might see the race take on a real race then once the paces drop out.
I think Ichiyama is planning to stop at 25 kilometers. Kudo will go to 30, and then Ethan is hoping to go to 32.
Yeah, okay.
So
that'd be great.
That would be a big help to anybody who's really wanting to push that last part.
Yeah.
Brett, thank you for your time. Fascinating insights into all of your knowledge and particularly the stories about the athletes taking us deep inside. So really appreciate your time and enjoy the rest of the day.
Yeah, always a pleasure to be here. Looking forward to seeing the rest of the race.
So Brett Lana there. Race continuing. Going to take a short break. And, well, it's starting to get to the meaty section as the elite men and women approach halfway. The ASICS Gold Coast Marathon of 2026. Welcome back to the ASICS Gold Coast Marathon 2026. Will, he's going strongly. And Benita Willis, the Australian record holder, is out on the course. And Benita, how's the conditions out on the road?
We've got Kota Hokonui. He's leading in the male race. He's got a 6-minute lead. He's gone through 30k in about 1 hour and 10 minutes. It's fast, it's cold. We've just been high-fiving all the starters, and I think the temperature's dropped a bit, which is actually perfect race conditions. So Kota, he's got a huge lead, and he won this race in 2023. He'll make another victory here in 2026. And you know, these Japanese athletes, they've got such a fine tradition in this event. They come here, they perform, and gee, you know, they just go so fast, and they're always ready to race. And Kota is just having the most brilliant race. And we've got Maddie Di Rosario leading the women's wheelchair race. She's won this race 4 times before, 4-time Olympian. Can she make it 5 times? We're sure about that. But yeah, gee, Maddie, she's a top athlete, and yeah, we're just really excited to see this wheelchair race unfold. But Kota, he's off and he's just flying down the hill, and it's a fast hill. I mean, he's just done that little incline, flying down the hill, and then the rest of the course is flat and fast. 10k to go, right to the finish. We're just so excited to see how fast Kota can finish over this last 10k. And gee, you know, the weather has just been absolutely beautiful, and he's just flying down there. So we'll just wait, and it's not going to be too long till Kota finishes. And you know, this part in the course, a lot of athletes have been running for a long time and racing for a long time. And you know, this last 10k can be really tough. So we've just got to rely on our endurance, and just make sure that, you know, you've got to really think about the course mentally, and think about how tough you are in this last bit. And as Rob Di Castella said to everyone on the start line, the race starts now. So when we see all these athletes pass us here at this mark at about 31k, the race starts now. And that's, you know, what you've got to think about. You've got to forget about, you know, the first 30k. And, you know, when I was an athlete and I was in that mind zone, you always got to forget about that first 30k and just think about the last 10k and how fast you can go to the finish. And that's when you're usually in the hurt locker, but that's what you train for. And you know, you get out early in the mornings for parents, for the general runners in the back of the field. You know, they've probably been racing and running for 4 or 5 hours till this point. So it is how much you've got left in the tank and how much you can keep going. And you know, we're just really excited to see the races unfold and the thousands and thousands of people, and just see their running journeys continue to go. And yeah, we're really pumped to see these guys finish. So.
Go on, Benita. Thank you. It's a bit lonely out there on the road for
when we were high-fiving everyone early this morning, everyone was just so pumped on the line. And, you know, it's about just settling your nerves in that first part. And it's going to be a long time till we see the masses come through here. But, yeah, we're just really excited to see everyone pass through and pumped for these wheelchair races.
Yeah, thank you, Benita. And a bit lonely out there for Kota Hokonui, who's chasing Kurt Fernley's race record of 1:38.18 set in 2016. A couple of little changes to the course since then, but we'll keep an eye on him as our elite men head past halfway. Important little milestone. How you feeling? What's the time? What's the expectations? And at this point of the race, you're really starting to get a stream of runners on the other side of the road.
Right on. 3-minute Ks, 2:06.36 is 3-minute Ks. They're 2:06.39. So they've picked it up a little bit, got back on pace, and they're running really fast. It's now, you know, again, they're starting to think, well, we're half down, and we know it's not halfway really in a marathon, but yet the sign says halfway, so they're starting to think, well, we're getting into the business end of the race, and how long are these pacemakers going to be able to hold the pace? And also then how long will they stay a part of the event? So that's the key now, and once they start to drop the pace or drop out, then the race begins in earnest.
So alongside the race record of 2:07.33 from Yuki Takai last year, women's race record Yuki Nakamura from 2024 to 24.22. So the men certainly on race record time.
Yeah, they both probably are, but they slow. I reckon they slow in this race in the back half. So I reckon you'd want to be ahead if you are, and that's the aim today. Obviously, the first aim's to win the race, but you also want to run a fast time. There'll be bonuses for course records, all that sort of thing. So have a fast time on this course would be the secondary aim to winning the race.
Which is, I'm loath to say it, but I will, because it's there. The time's 2:06 at halfway, and that pace would be on Australian record pace as well.
Yeah, exactly. And 3-minute Ks, again, 20k an hour. It's sustaining it now.
There's Ethan just, well, it's another one of the pacemakers, but he makes me nervous, Mona, watching. You can't have pacemakers tripping over other pacemakers.
Yeah, that's right. You don't want that. He's doing a really good job on pace. They're right on that 3:01 pace that they were told to run. So he's actually doing a good job. He's just looking. I don't like paces being all over the shop because they tend to make you nervous then. So they've got to set the pace, but they also should be able to relax you. It's set and forget. I'm not set and forgetting with anything, I don't think. But anyway, he's making it entertaining for us.
Lead women, lead men. Madison Di Rosario, 25 kilometres in 1:09.15, looks on her way to a record equaling fifth wheelchair win.
Benita mentioned that, you know, quite lonely out on the road for the wheelies, but not so here with our men and women's packs still quite deep. And again, the women's race there, bottom right of screen. Lots of men around them, and those paces still there. Dion and Riley Cox looking around, making sure everyone's travelling okay. I'm just sensing that they're starting to feel, I reckon they felt the pace a little bit heading out to Miami, and as they've turned, they're probably travelling okay again. So this might be a little bit of a struggle area for the women. So they get their drinks, everything seems okay through that drink station, which is a good sign.
So it's Antonia Kwambai of Kenya, Almaz Kabidi of Ethiopia, but also in a shot earlier, Joylene Chemutai of Kenya, 2:42 is her personal best.
We're surprised.
Yeah, a bit of a surprise that she's a 32-year-old, made a debut in KL this year for third for that time. So she was up just off these two just a moment ago, and yeah, she's in fourth place at the moment. So it'll be interesting to keep an eye on her. But the two top fancies in the women's race are in command at the moment.
Yes. And looking like they're running off each other. They know each other well, I'm sure, so they're just watching and pacing each other.
That gap has grown, hasn't it? Yeah.
So we are seeing a breakaway there. It's interesting, and again, we'll talk about it a bit, but anyone out there who's run a marathon, watched plenty before, will know there's a leash that once it's broken, it's really hard to close, especially in the back section of a marathon. You probably can do it if you come out of a drink station, maybe had a little bit of a distraction in a drink station and get out and sprint up and catch back on. But if that lead just gets over about 50 metres, then it normally means you're not going to be as successful as you want, probably.
Well, particularly if you've been up there. If you're moving through the field, obviously a different situation. But if you've started off in the lead group and get dropped, it's hard to see yourself coming back.
History would show you don't get back.
No. History sometimes repeats, but not often.
Not always, but...
Hope you're enjoying the coverage of the ASICS Gold Coast Marathon of 2026. Starting to get to the business stages of the race. Plenty of things to see and do on the Gold Coast, and this weekend it's marathon weekend. There's 43,000 athletes across all of the various events from 62 countries. 17,000 of them running the marathon, sold out in a couple of hours. Record field in terms of size and quality at the front, and we've still got this big group as they approach 25k, and the pacemakers still in command, but the group behind them are the leading chances, and all of the ones pretty much, Mona, that we thought would be there are there, including Haftus Strinsos, the Australian, Rotich of Kenya, Tishay of Ethiopia there, and then the Japanese runners. A couple of them have dropped off, but a couple of them are still there as they'll start to make themselves more prominent as the pacemakers leave the course at 30 kilometres.
Yeah, good, really good to see. Haftus Strinsos looking strong, and he really has been prominent just behind those paces basically the whole way. So looks like he's on for a really good race today. So keep an eye out for Happy.
Kota Hokanui still leading the way. Lonely existence out in front, ahead of everybody in the men's wheelchair event. He's got about 7k to go. So he's turned around at the top of the course, predicted time of 1:37.31. So Kurt, your course record is safe for another year.
Yeah, but still going really well. Loves coming to the Gold Coast and always produces here.
They do a lot of racing, and of course the wheelchair events are now part of the World Marathon Majors, so their international circuit is busy and lucrative.
Yep.
Sydney Marathon field this year has got a crack lineup in the wheelchair events, but they can pick all the global marathons. So that's the turnaround up towards Runaway Bay, and that's a big moment for everyone because it's downhill to the finish. It's not actually downhill, but that's...
You feel like it. You're heading for home. You make that, you've gone past the start-finish area here. You've headed out to Runaway Bay. You've finally made that turn. That's the moment you sense you are starting to roll or run for home.
So the pace was set for 2:07 to 30k for the elite men, and been about a minute in front of that at the moment.
They're through. We'll get a 25k split, I'm sure, but they still look like they're rolling. Our man Ethan's rocking and rolling at the front there, really keeping this pace at that 3:01 kilometre pace that they've been set. All the paces there normally might lose one or two by now, but they all look pretty good.
So 1:15.06 at 25 kilometres.
And they are still on that sub 2:07 pace. So this pace is extraordinary.
So just a reminder of that course record from last year, 2:07.33. So they have a little bit of time up their sleeve. Perfect conditions.
Heading back through that surface paradise right there with the iconic surfboards just on the boardwalk there, and love that interaction of the crossover with the elites and our participants out there. Probably getting a couple of selfies with the elites in the background, but enjoying their day out on course.
Great crowds along the Cavalier Avenue area. It's a good spot to watch. You see your family, friends and others twice going up and back. See the elites as well.
We can hear the noise in the background there, the crowds, massive crowds out there. It's a beautiful day. It's always a beautiful day here running in Paradise, but today particularly I was a little bit worried about the wind, but I've looked at on the break, I went out and had a bit of a look, and there is no wind.
No, it's perfect,
really good.
Yeah. About to be joined by Izzy Bat-Doyle, who's run through the crowd to get here. She can give us an update on the conditions.
I don't want to sit too close. Look at her sweating out there on the course. Ran out here. Don't you love that commitment?
From Brisbane too, so just a...
That's right.
So this is the, as you approach 30k, Mono, you know it too well for the elite runners. If you're feeling good, you know you're feeling good and you're buoyed. If there's a little concern about how you're feeling, this is where it can start to to show?
It transitions. It happens between 25 and 30, I reckon. You know that the good day you thought was happening is suddenly not happening. So I reckon this is where you start to feel it. And if you're struggling here, it's going to be a long way home. So this is where it really sorts the day, runners are having their day and the runners who aren't. But wait till those paces drop out, then we'll see who's having a good day and not.
So we're joined by Izzy Bat-Doyle, who had a tremendous run yesterday in the China Airlines half marathon, just outside her personal best, 107.29 Australian all-comers record, two-time Olympian. And if running a half marathon yesterday wasn't enough, she's run here after parking and battling her way through the crowd. So Izzy, welcome to you.
Thanks, Dave.
How are you feeling?
Yeah, good. You know, this morning I've been up and watched the kind of 10K mark, saw my partner Riley pacing out there, saw my brother-in-law Jacob running, and yeah, it's an amazing morning this morning, great conditions, and yeah, just excited to watch the race.
Did Jacob Riley give you the thumbs up?
Yeah, Jacob did. Riley was very much locked in for his job, but yeah, that's all good. I wasn't sure if I could cheer him on because he's actually pacing, not racing. I focus more on the women, go ladies, but yeah, really cool.
Congratulations on your performance yesterday, and having been out there on the course and seeing you charge through, I was actually surprised how far ahead you were of your other female athletes in the race, and when you saw the time at the end, 107.29, no surprise, you must have been really pleased.
Yeah, I was really happy with the race. I thought it was a great opportunity to go for it and just to have a great day if I could feel good, and yeah, it was just an incredible atmosphere out there, so I really enjoyed every moment of it, and of course a little bit disappointed not to be able to get my record, but it was just an amazing day, and yeah, really happy to run fast.
The atmosphere is amazing, and the number of athletes out on the course, and Ed Marks in the men's, he was second behind Tomita of Japan, but Mono, I know you've got massive raps on Ed on debut, 60.57, just almost broke the hour mark, and what a run.
He was in a bit of shock as well, I think. I don't think people comprehend, you know, that was such an amazing debut run for him to run so quick and be so competitive and look so... He looked like he belongs there, and that's very difficult to do on debut. But...
I wasn't surprised, I have to say. He's such a good runner, and he's shown his class on the roads, and I think he really is a rhythm road runner. So it was very impressive to see, but I was kind of like, I'm not shocked.
It's great to see the continued growth of the half marathon. Obviously, it's a stepping stone to the marathon for many athletes, particularly the recreational runners, but the quality of the Australian field and the international field in the China Airlines half marathon's growing, is he? And for you, when you've got such a choice of being able to run marathons all around the world, you've got to be careful what your selection is, but it's a great opportunity to run on home soil.
Absolutely. I mean, I love travelling all over the world competing, but there's something really special about racing on at a home course in Australia, and we don't get those opportunities like this that often, and the Gold Coast is the premier event to run a half marathon. Flat conditions, beautiful weather, and just a great weekend that you can really get involved with. You know, you can bring the whole family along and run in any event, and I just love it. I'll be back every year.
And don't you like it's good, you can do your business yesterday, and then you've got Riley and Jacob out there. You can support your running group as well. And
so we've got two screens here. We might just ask if we can go to the women's field and have a check here. There he is. Yeah. Thank you. Well done in the truck. So Riley, how's he looking? So just for those that Riley there, Riley Cox is fiance of Izzy Bat-Doyle, run an amazing running community, Runners One, and I'm sure you've got a ton of athletes out on the course, but he's pacemaking here today, and how's he looking?
He's looking good, and I really love this about the Gold Coast Marathon. They really do invest well into supporting the race and making sure people are out there, because in a marathon it's a long way, and to set the pace and have a group around you for at least the first half is really crucial, and so it's great that we can bring guys along like this to help ladies out here. I was a bit disappointed that he couldn't pace me yesterday because I love having him run out there with me, but yeah, it's great to see him doing this, and he's had he's a 2:16 marathon runner to run 1:02, but he's had some injuries and big workload, and able to get out here to help today, and hopefully that projects him back towards his best in the future.
Is he intending to go to the finish? Is he going to run the whole way?
No, I think that he's going to go to 30k, okay. And Dion might go a bit longer, but he's just building back. But yeah, looking good.
I spoke to Dion. He's hoping he'll get to the finish, but I just sense they're on pace, but I'm not sure the women are with them, so they've broken away, and I think Kwambai is just getting that's Khabibi just off the back of the men.
She looks like she's struggling a bit, doesn't she? Starting to...
Kwambai struggling a bit. So she'll get back on. I think Riley and Dion will probably just say, OK, we're just dropping them a bit. We'll just ease back a little bit.
Yeah, they'll sense that and be able to pick up upon the fact that she's struggling a bit. The great thing is I'll be able to hear her breathing, kind of sense where she is, and change how they're racing. And really, they're out there for her and for the other women, so they'll adjust their paces and their effort to match her, but also while trying to get her to regain the group and then get back on pace. That's always kind of the goal of paces, is to help the athletes around them get back onto that pace.
That's right, and they're unbiased. They're not doing it for any particular person. They're just trying to set the race up and keep the pace rolling. And I think we're seeing that they're probably a bit more in tune. Right, very experienced, Dion and Riley, and they'll hopefully get this group back together.
Dion actually jumped in and helped me for a little bit in Valencia a couple of years ago. He's a great guy, so he just loves getting amongst these races, and he's run fast himself over the distance. But I think he
won
really
Great
loves...
Ocean Road just a month or so ago. So
19 marathon in the past.
And how are you finding? Are we now calling you a marathon runner rather than a track runner?
I think so. Yeah, I think so. I'd like to have that title now. But
it's sort of been the accidental thing that you've fallen into, because you ran on the track at the Olympics, but wanted to run the marathon in Paris, and it was a bitter selection decision not to be able to do that, but you still ran on the track. But sometimes the marathon's been like Mana when he first started. It's been a secondary thing.
Yeah.
But now you're a marathon runner.
You find your place. And look, I was disappointed not to make that team for Paris, but it was a silver lining that I got another opportunity to run on the track, an incredible experience. I got to run in a full stadium in Paris with my family in the crowd there, and I'll have a long marathon career ahead, so I hope for a few more Olympics on the marathon, but I'm really grateful for my time on the track.
I think you might have mentioned that you had a significant birthday, and you kind of feel like that's maybe a switch.
21? Congratulations.
Yeah, I turned 30 at the end of last year, and actually in Tokyo for the World Championships the day after my 10K race. And I'd felt like I really pushed myself to get to the 10K at World Champs, to run on the track, again at the World Championships. But after that experience, I thought, I know deep down that the marathon's where I'll be best suited, and on the roads is where I feel at home. So I just thought, I'm going to commit to it and see what I can do this year.
And do you have to, we used to mix a lot. We'd run a bit of cross-country, track stuff historically, but now you sort of have to choose, don't you? Is it difficult to blend, be a track and road runner as well?
Just hold that thought for 1 second. Welcome back to the ASICS Gold Coast Marathon. This is Kota Hokanui, who's approaching the finish line in the wheelchair event, the Gold Coast Recreation and Sport Wheelchair Marathon. He's had a dominant performance here. He won this event in 2023. fifth placer at the Beijing Paralympics. Veteran stage now, but still dominant athlete on the road. And he's going to be the first of almost 17,000 participants who'll cross this finish line onto the blue carpet, into the sort of mini stadium atmosphere that's created. Takes this little right-hand turn, and there is the finish line. It's always an exciting moment. Time up on the screen. Photographers at the end. Arms up in the air. And Koda Hokanui will claim his second victory in the wheelchair marathon here on the Gold Coast. 2023 and now 2025. Will he be the first of a couple of Japanese winners today? I'm not going to win the women's wheelchair. Madison Di Rosario well in command. Unless there's something happens at the front of the women's race, it may not be a women's winner from Japan, but the men certainly well in the mix at the moment. It's a good push.
He looks okay. I think he looks like he's worked pretty hard, but
looks like he's done a marathon to me.
First, we only have 17,499
1:39, time clocking over 1:39.02. He's winning time.
For a long day. No more books. Put the book away.
Happy to finish, satisfied, I think.
Definitely. He looks happy, but also like he needs just a bit of a rest and a drink of water.
Yeah.
Like we all do.
Down there. I'm coming.
Yeah, it's always interesting, the microphone under your nose as soon as you cross the finish line, and you don't want to push them away, but you do need just a minute to capture your breath and get over the trauma of the event.
Sun's starting to beat down. Feeling warm out there?
Yeah, when I started it was kind of cool and it felt, really nice and a little bit windy, but sort of that nice wind feeling. And as I got running, it did sort of warm up and I had a jacket on which I took off. So, as the sun comes up, the temperature does quickly rise, and that's why, the longer you're out there, the more you have to think about taking on water, electrolytes, and fueling along the way so that you can get through the race feeling in one piece at the end.
Beautiful segue we can see those shadows of the aerial shots showing it is direct sunlight. So sometimes you can get the humidity up here, not high humidity today, but direct sunlight that will certainly impact the back end of this race, but certainly impact a lot of our participants who are out there on the road. 3, 4, 5 hour participants.
Definitely. I think these guys, at the front here, they won't notice it so much being done in, just over 2 hours, but it certainly does sort of catch up with you in the second half of the race if you haven't taken on enough electrolytes and hydration in the days leading in.
Okay, so have two Strinsos there. It's the leading Australian in the field and Australian all-comers record for half marathon in Launceston. It's his third marathon. He was the first Australian the Sydney Marathon last year, and I'm telling you right now, in my mind, he looks good.
He looks good, and Brett gave us a bit of a scoop on Ozaki there, and who's just behind, just having a...
You'd written him off when he left.
I'd written him off already.
But he's back.
Yeah, well...
You can have waves in the marathon.
You told me before that once you get dropped, you can't come back, Mike. Do you know anything about this?
Exactly. Well, I'm not done yet. Just watch this space. We'll see.
Well, Brett told us about Junior Ozaki, who's making his debut in the marathon as one of the athletes to watch from Japan. He's there at the moment, and the two leading Kenyan fancies, the 204 men, they're not in the picture at the moment. So Rotich and Teshay, the Kenyans and Ethiopian, 204.21 and 204.53, they're not in that picture.
Remember their PBs set from, were they recent or?
2021.
Okay, yeah, it's a couple of years, but still. Well, Hafter's looking great. He's looking really relaxed. You can see the arm carriage. He's just sort of clipping off the Ks.
Hijikata there as well, that's right. So still a couple of, three prominent Japanese, but gee, Haffey looks great. He's been, we're saying, he's been off the back of the paces the whole way. He's obviously very focused on having a strong presence at the front of the group, which... do you want to be front and centre? What happens as soon as a pacer drops out?
I know, and that's my problem too sometimes. I love to be at the front of the group. I want to be sort of pushing the pace right on, and then I find myself the one sort of carrying it when, it falls apart. And sometimes it is better just to sit a few rows back and just switch off. Benita Willis always said ride the bus for the first 30 Ks, and I think that is something that I'll be taking into my next few marathons, is trying to just lock into sort of more of the pack and the rhythm if I can. but he obviously he feels good and he likes being up the front there.
Yeah. Yesterday you were surrounded by a big group. Like, it looked a bit uncomfortable. Did you feel like you were boxed in?
I was really grateful to have people around me, but at times there was a few moments where a few runners, you know, just sort of maybe got in my way a little bit, or it was a little bit weaving across the road. But there were some also really supportive, great guys out there who I knew who were sort of trying to help me as well. So it was a bit of a mix, but overall I think it's positive to have people around you, so I'll take that.
Bit of the debris on the side of the road as the... I didn't quite make it to the finish line yesterday, Izzy, so I'd be interested to know...
I'm so sorry, I did know that, and I thought, you know what, I saw your wife and I thought, we won't talk about the race.
No, well, that's okay.
I'm introducing you to Dave DNF Colby.
Oh, no, it's the first time. And the thought was, it didn't bother me that I wasn't going to get the medal. I wondered whether I had to take my singlet off mine in the Australian, tradition.
That's
that
right.
if you don't finish. But I'm glad that I've experienced the absolute deep-seated disappointment of not finishing. Do you feel terrible?
Yeah.
Like, what a failure I was. I was sitting on the side of the road.
We've all, it's quite relatable because I feel like most people have been in that situation where they've had something go wrong and they've either had to drop out or had a run that they're not so proud of. And, it happens. Sometimes these things happen.
Thank you.
You have to move on.
I appreciate the emotional support.
Yeah, absolutely. I still hang on to the time I pulled out of a cross-country race when I was in college in 2014, and I feel terrible about it still. And it was, over a decade ago.
So to your credit, Dave, you shouldn't have started.
I shouldn't have, but I was just there in support of my wife.
Yeah,
so anyway,
exactly.
pacemaker, correct. But this is where the marathon gets tough, and you know the feelings of a good one and a bad one.
Yes.
And when do you know when it's not going according to plan?
I actually feel like I've had more not so good ones because I've gone out a bit too hard and not been able to hold on in the way I want for various different reasons.
Hang on, you ran 2:22.
I did, but I ran it not in a great way. I ran 70:20 for the first half and then 72:30.
Okay.
But I think this is the point. After 25k, that's when you sort of know whether you're going to be keep pushing or whether you might have to drop back a little bit, readjust your paces and your expectations.
Yeah.
And certainly after 30k.
And Khabibi looks fine. The problem now is she's by herself. Obviously, she knows she's run away from everybody else. So, like you yesterday, she's sort of in that position where she can win this race, and she will win if she holds together. So she's got a break now that's a winning break, but you've got to sustain it. It's battle within yourself and your own mind.
And that's whether she wants to kind of just accept the win, cruise it in and hold that pace, or whether she's willing to sort of keep pushing on and trying to edge down the pace to get, a time that she's really proud of today.
Yeah.
So just 20 years of age and a personal best of 2:23:30 from Dubai in 2025. So she's ran in LA this year, 2:29 and 3 last year. So 4 marathons at 20, running her 5th. So a lot of running.
Straight to the marathon.
Yeah, it doesn't have much. It hasn't got a half marathon PB that I can find, and hasn't had many races on the track. So
we
just
see
straight
that more
to the
and
marathon.
more. Especially with the African runners going to the marathon and just getting it done.
So Riley still there, just in front. Just about day is done.
I hope he pulls out because it would be not good for him to keep going for much longer because he's not that conditioned. But he might get a bit like, oh, maybe I should keep helping. But I think he's going to be done.
So we're getting to.
to release the pressure. We need a holiday, holiday. Celebrate, it would be so nice, holiday.
First time marathon runner you hear.
Welcome back to the ASICS Gold Coast Marathon. Beautiful place for a holiday, and 17,000 crazies have decided to spend it running a marathon on this Sunday morning. And the elite field's starting to get exciting because Haftu Strinsos, the Australian, is in the lead here. Two Japanese runners following him are on a fast pace, and you have to go back to Lee Troop in 2006 for the last Australian male winner. Lauren Shelley won the women's race in 2009, Mona, so it's been a while since we've had an Australian crossing the line first, and Haftu is doing a great job.
How exciting is it to see an Australian at the front of Gold Coast Marathon? They're about at 30k, I think, further past that spot now. It's up to 33k, so this is serious running, and we've got to give credit to Brett Lana, who mentioned our man Asaki, who has run well over the half marathon, around about 61 mids, so he's on for a big race. And then Hijikata, the experienced Japanese, sitting there in third. So we're on for a race. We've got the sort of couple of newbies and the next experienced runner.
We're joined by Izzy Batdall, two-time Olympian and winner of the China Airlines half marathon yesterday. Izzy, what do you know about Haftu and his form and experience and all of that?
He actually was in Adelaide for a couple of weeks because his coach Adam Didyk is in Adelaide, and so I saw him at Sassy at the gym a couple of times, and yeah, he's been in great form, really good training. He said, I think that one thing about Hafi is that he is, he wants to be fairly aggressive. He wants to be a top athlete, and that's a great trait. But I think also it can have its, drawbacks too. He had a tough one in Valencia when he went out at a fast pace, but he looks like he's going really well today. Still, there's, this is the hardest part of the race now into the final sort of, we're in the last 10k, and that's where it really gets tough. You have to dig deep and draw on every little bit within you to get yourself to the finish line. But he's looking good. But this is a race of three, and really, he's the one doing the work right now, which worries me in the, looking for him to be the winner. He's got two Japanese sitting off him, so we'll see how it pans out.
And he's running sub 207.
Yeah.
David Newsy. He's not far outside the Australian
race record time. 206.22 is the Australian record. So they've just off that pace by about 20 seconds at the moment, but the top three. So it's Haftu Strinsos, the Melburnian, Jinya Asaki making his marathon debut, and Hijikata of Japan, the 29-year-old, who's a 2:06 man. So both of well, he's the only one that's got a marathon that's faster, and Haftu's, if he gets to the finish line in half decent shape, he's going to smash his personal best of 2:11. Yeah, he's going to go sub 2:10, barring disaster here. So fingers crossed for that.
And we mentioned 60-41 on the roads in Launceston 5 weeks ago. So again, using the theory of doubling it and adding 5 minutes, it's 2:06.50, which is that's about right where they're on. So he's in shape. We know that.
Azaki's just dropping back a little bit here.
This is exciting.
Dave Robinson's out on the course, and I'll be interested in the conditions. Robbo, welcome back.
Yeah, what a treat. Out on course here, about 31.5 kilometres into the course. I'm on top of the hill, the famous hill here at the ASICS Gold Coast Marathon, and in behind me we've got some of our elite men's runners, and we're just waiting for our first look at the elite female race to come through. They've come through 30 kilometres and they're tracking well. I know Izzy was just mentioning about the weather here earlier, and she'd been out for a run. Actually, on the Gold Coast, it generally starts to heat up a little sooner. Today, feels like 12 degrees right now. That wind from the south hasn't really picked up too much either. So what that means is these conditions are outstanding for a really fast finish to both the men's and the women's races here. It might get a little bit harder for some of our back of the packers later on in the morning, but for now, and we saw Haftu Strinsos. I know Aussie viewers are getting up this morning watching in earnest to see how Haftu can finish this race off, looking at national record pace at the moment, which I know is going to excite them there in the box. But our women's race coming up here at the moment. We'll keep an eye on how that one's brewing up, as often happens in distance running. It's Ethiopia and versus Kenya at the moment, and it's always a treat here on the streets of the Gold Coast, and some top Japanese runners pushing those paces as well. Also from an Australian perspective, Millie Clark having a good run out there at the moment. She's a few minutes back off the lead, but at the moment tracking for about a 2 hour 29 estimated finish if she can hold her current pace. And another one, a lot of the locals along the streets here, lining the streets, have been asking me, Courtney Atkinson, how's he going? Olympic triathlete. Well, he's heading for a 2 hour 36 debut marathon, so he's a star up here on the coast, and people getting excited about some of our local runners as well. But we can see the pace bike coming through now, and we're going to have our lead females coming up the hill. This is an uncomfortably timed hill, it must be said, but as Rob De Castella said at the beginning of today's race, the marathon starts at 30k, so the starter's gun has gone for these runners. We're up to 31.5 Ks, and they'll just get a chance to change their muscle groups as they go up this incline. Doesn't last too long, and then they get a little decline and a chance to exhale and think about what's about to come. The battle that is so famous in those last 8-9 kilometres of a marathon. So Dion Fionacaro doing his pacing duties. Missed out on last year's race, but in behind him, Kibeti is our clear leader at the moment. And isn't she going well? Almaz Kibeti from Ethiopia, and she's on the Dion train at the moment and tucking in nicely. So she's got her 30k split. She's heading for 35, and at the moment, predicted time, 2 hours 23. Well, that's how it looks at the front of the elite women's race. Our pursuant about 200 metres behind at the moment. We're not going to call this race over at the moment, but Kwambai coming through now, as we can see. So that's what she's got to do, is make up that gap. Can she do it in these last 8 or 9 Ks? Let's find out. Back to you in the studio.
Thanks, Ryo. And Kibeti's in command here, no doubt about that, the 20-year-old from Ethiopia. And Riley's followed the instructions of his fiancée Izzy and stopped, so that's important. He's be in the good books when he gets home. He'll be fresh for your run tomorrow morning. Maddie Di Rosario coming down towards the line, and this will be an equal record 5-time wheelchair marathon win for her. First woman to win 5, joining Paul Bowes and Mike Nugent, who have won 5 times, but what a superstar she is. And Maddie Di Rosario crosses the line to take yet another win here on the Gold Coast.
This is an icon of Australian sport, dominating on the Gold Coast once again, Pete.
Simply the best, no doubt about it, not just here in Australia, but around the world. She's won marathons in New York, she's won them everywhere, of course, Olympic gold.
Get you her winning time, but great push from Maddie. 2018, 19, 22, 25, and now 2026, her 5th victory on the Gold Coast.
They were just behind us 100%. You know, it was immediate help right there.
They said, "What do you need from us?"
Getting our own vehicle has made our lives a lot easier.
And that was my big turning point.
Donate today at gccommunityfund.org and help keep the Gold Coast moving forward.
other questions for you. Business end of the ASICS Gold Coast Marathon, and it's an exciting race from an Australian perspective because it's been a long time since we've had an Australian male or female for that matter up at the pointy end of the race. And Haftu Strinsos, well, he's broken away here, so there's a bit of a little gap here, and he's dropped Hijikata. We saw Azaki dispense with earlier, so Haftu Strinsos, as he's made that turnaround, he's on his way towards the finish line. 37.2 came on it, looking magnificent.
Indeed, made that turn, and as I mentioned earlier, that turn and you're heading for home, and this is a significant break. He's really running strong, and he'll know he's away. He's looking confident, look straight down the road. He's got that one little canal to get over. I think we all know the dreaded canal, but once you're over there, you're really, he's running strongly and looking very confident.
Yeah, he looks good, and I think that's a massive break now. At this stage in the race, 37k, you know, this really is the business end with 5k to go. And he's working hard. You can see in his face, he's locked in, he's focused, but he still looks good. Like his body carriage, his movement is still looking pretty good for this stage of the race.
Always look at those quads and whether they're starting to feel the impact of the road, but no sign of that at the moment.
The gap is growing.
Yep, he's definitely stretching that gap.
He's selling this one up.
So that 2:11.27 in Sydney, he went to Valencia at 2:26, didn't have a good race, had really high expectations as to what he was going to do. It's a massive gap that he's put in here. Born in Ethiopia, adopted by a Greek family, moved to Melbourne, went to Villanova. Is that where you were at?
No, I was at Washington, other side of the country, but a lot of Australians there. It's got a great history.
Masters of Electrical Engineering. He runs for the Glenn Huntley Club in Melbourne, Mono. It's greats there. Ron Clark, of course, and I kind of wish that on a moment like this, a breakthrough performance, that he was rocking the old Glenn Huntley boomerang.
And Ron Clark was sort of saved the race at one point and was out of runaway base. Yeah. So he would be, his spirit would be there with Haffy, and he'd be taking that and using that to really get this victory.
So 37k, approaching 38, so about 4 and a bit to go. This is one of those canals that you told me is...
That's the dreaded one, he's over that, so he
feels like Vesuvius when you're climbing up that. You need, it's like the Hillary step.
And a massive PB, he's on pace to run 2:07, and you know, as he said, 5k to go, you do the sums on that, about 15 minutes, and he's going to run around 2:07.00. It's a 4-minute PB, massive.
Well, so it's worth looking at the Australian all-time list. So Andy Buchanan, 2:06.22, you'd need to get a massive spurt on. He's finishing strongly, but that might just be beyond him. Brett Robinson, 2:07.31. Pat Tiernan, 2:07.45, and then you get to the historical legends of the sport. Rob De Castella, 2:07.51, Steve Monaghetti, 2:08.16, Derek Clayton, 2:08.33.
So he's put us to the sword. It's just a matter of how whether the current day guys he can get. I'm not quite giving away the Aussie record just yet. So when you're running on strongly like he is, confident in. Izzy knows him well. He's once his confidence is up, he's unstoppable. So
he's looking at the watch, you can see, and he's kind of probably checking his pace. Just he probably feels the senses that he's alone now. He's got this one down, but he needs to just get to the finish line and try and keep pushing on for that time.
Would that Valencia be in his mind? Which one's in his mind, Valencia or his debut?
I think that Haftu has seen himself as the athlete that he is showing today for a long time, and I actually really like him, Valencia. You know, most people would drop out if they're running that pace. For him, it's not quite anywhere near what he'd be wanting. I beat him by 4 minutes, but like he finished off the race and got it done, you know, and it wasn't sort of, that shows a lot of character, I think. And I think today, like, he's put that one behind him and he's moved on, and I think he's showing us the kind of athlete that he knows he is.
It's a little hard in this bit of the course because the crowd tend to be down the road a bit, and so you're just running across the river. You'll run over the bridge and take the left-hand turn effectively into the finish straight, which is a long one, but that's where all the people are. So it's a bit lonely at this point.
It is, yeah. It's that sort of calm before the storm where you're not quite there. And there's actually a couple of deceptive straights here. You think you're one closer. You always get it wrong.
It's a long finishing stretch, and then you get into the finishing chute, and it happens all pretty quickly. But well, the margin that he's put into Hijikata and Isurazaki has been dropped. He's
am I allowed to show real excitement? This is just Australian distance running, a breakout run, fast, winning on the Gold Coast after such a long time.
This is really special, as you said. Like, Haftu is the only Australian in the field, in the elite field this year, and we'd love to see more. A couple of injuries, took out some of the guys that were planning to run. But how incredible for our one Australian to be the one, running into the home straight.
Just on that point, before we get to the finish line, we can see that he's running strongly. We know that Kabiti's leading the women's race. Unfortunately, there's no road events at the Commonwealth Games this year, so marathon monitor, I think the Commonwealth Games should be done, but there should have been a half marathon there. It's disappointing that it's not. We've got global marathons everywhere, so the choice for you as to where you run your next marathon isn't an easy one. And for Haftu to come here knowing that he's got a good opportunity to do this has been a good choice for him.
It has been. It's paid off for sure. This has been a really good choice for him, but, maybe on paper you wouldn't have thought so at the start. You think massive list of guys ahead of him on paper, but he knew that he had this in him, and how incredible to run well on home soil.
It's a bit sad that we don't have it at the Commonwealth Games, a road event. Even if it wasn't a marathon, I know it's harder these days, but a half marathon.
I think
road race.
Look, the half marathon's a great event. I'm a little bit biased, but I think it's a great event, and it's one that we could see some really strong competition in. And Jack Rayner ran the Commonwealth Games half when they had it some years ago, and that'd be really special if we have one of them. But that's okay. We've got plenty of other races to do, like the Gold Coast Marathon weekend.
And do you know what your next one will be?
I do have a marathon on the cards lined up, but unfortunately I'm not able to
it's a
announce
secret.
that one. These elite fields, they like to release them themselves, so I wouldn't like to beat them to the punchline.
Okay,
not that I'm
there's
one
one
of the
coming
tops.
up.
There is one coming up.
And will it be back to Valencia?
It's actually going to be one of the majors.
Okay.
So I'm not doing Sydney. I might be there just as a support role for ASICS and being a part of an amazing marathon weekend. But,
we look forward to that.
Yes, thank you. I'm sure I'll be out soon.
We look forward to this, approaching the 2-hour mark, 39 kilometres. Little more labour in the step, as you would expect, but still pushing hard.
Yeah, you can see a bit of head movement, a few deep breaths out, the head sort of moving down and up, showing a bit of fatigue. But this, it'd be inhuman if you didn't show some fatigue at this point in the race.
Yeah.
He's only got 3K to go.
I think he knows he's going to. I think he's going to hold together. It's just a matter of how much pain you really. And this is for people out there watching. This is extreme pain, but this is what you train for. You're at the front of the race. You're having a great race. You're making this final turn. He's not far away. He knows now that the victory is. He's just got to fight that internal battle to hang in there for another. Less than 10 minutes.
Definitely, and he'll be breaking into time. I always do this in a race too. I break it into how long I've got to go, and once you get within that sort of 10-minute mark, it is really quite not easy, but it's very achievable to break it down and to just push towards the finish line. And he'll be using, every time he hears his name, he hears a cheer along the sideline, he'll be absorbing that energy and really channeling it towards the finish line, because that's what I do, and I think all of us do really take that on board and use it.
I actually think it's a really important moment for Australian running, but also in this current climate when you contemplate his journey, born in Tigray in Ethiopia. It's been a war-ravaged region with, death toll of, hundreds of thousands of people. He moved to Australia. He was adopted by a Greek family, went to primary school in Oakley South, and then Hailwood College in Keysborough, represented his state and school, and then went to World University Championships, went to study in the US, and all of those things that's good about Australia. We've seen it with the Socceroos recently, and now we've got a rising star of Australian distance running, one of many at the moment. It's a glorious time for Australian athletics, and Haftu Strinsos, it's got a great name. Haffy is his name that he likes to go by, and this is a breakout performance.
Absolutely.
And he's humble, he's a terrific fella, lovely person, a genuine good guy, and we're seeing him, he's fighting hard. He is certainly struggling a bit more, but I think he's still, he's going to run a very fast time, and he knows that. He's just holding together. Every step's one step closer to the finish line.
And something he'll be drawing on is the fact that he actually trains alone in Melbourne, so he has a bit of support with the VAS, someone on the bike, or being out there with him for bottles, but he trains predominantly alone every day. So this is just his bread and butter, running out there on the roads alone, and I think that, that would be tough, but he's probably channeling that right now, all the training he's done, and he's out there doing his thing.
good family support. His mum, I know, is a great.
Yeah, I always see her
supporter.
commenting on Facebook
Yeah.
and Instagram. She seems lovely.
Yeah, it's a lovely story, and just checking, you just want these last 2 kilometres to go as quickly as possible,
Yeah.
but you want to defy gravity and time.
But also, you know, absorb it and soak it up, and hopefully he can get into that finish straight and really, you know, enjoy the moment as he comes down that line.
We're going to take a quick break, and we're going to come back, and we're going to crown a new champion.
Some noise.
Welcome back to the ASICS Gold Coast Marathon and have to Strinsos. This is the turn at 40.9k. Went through 40k Mona in 1:59.54. So he's still charging towards the line. He's starting to labour a little bit, as you would expect. And Izzy Bat-Doyle's joining us, who won the China Airlines half marathon yesterday. And you're saying you know how you're going because you're still capable of making 1 + 1 = 2 when you're out of the time, etc. But all of those things are going through your mind at the moment.
Absolutely, yeah. He's just been sort of looking at his watch, looking at the clock, trying to figure out where he's at, but also just focusing on getting to the finish line as fast as he can and staying composed.
He's just through 41, so you've got to allow the 1.2k, but he's looking at his watch. He's going to run, I reckon he's right on 2.7. He's 2.7.00, I reckon,
So
that's what I'm predicting. So
he still looks pretty good for this point in the race, honestly.
Yeah.
Like, he's looking fairly strong.
Second fastest time ever by an Australian is 2:07.31 by Brett Robinson. The course record is 2:07.33, so those times are pretty similar. So he's got probably 30 seconds up his sleeve on for a second fastest ever by an Australian.
That's 1k to go right there, I reckon. So if he runs 3, I reckon he's got it. He's not, I'll tell you, he's given Andy Buchanan's record a shake.
Definitely.
I can tell you.
And I'm not saying that it's easier to do it in a race like Valencia, but I mean, it is. Like, coming here in the Gold Coast, he's running alone predominantly for this last, 10k section of the race. It's really impressive to be able to come and do this in a race in Australia here, but it just shows that you can run fast in Australian races.
On Australian soil.
On Australian soil.
It'll be the fastest time by an Australian on Australian soil by some margin. Liam Adams 2:08.39 here on the Gold Coast.
It's almost a smile. He doesn't want to quite smile yet. He's still very focused. He's sort of taking that support on his left-hand side, those club tents, and enjoying that cheering from the spectators.
Gap of about 35 seconds back to Hijikata of Japan, Ozaki of Japan. And the Japanese dominance for the last 4 years will be broken here.
500 metres.
Picking up some speed. 2:04.
What are we looking at? What's Andy's? I'll tell you.
2:06.22.
Wow.
It's going to be really impressive.
Course record
in the making on the roads at Gold Coast.
Yeah, course record's in the pocket.
You predicted it, Dave, and it's come to fruition.
I'm not sure I predicted this. I just thought it might be just looking at what he did on the... His run in Sydney, the disappointment in Valencia. It was more what will today hold for this 26-year-old. Will he become a true marathon runner today? And the answer to that is
Definitely.
yes.
Categorically, yes.
Outstanding, yes.
Yes, yes, and yes.
But yeah, as you said before, Mona, this is a bit of a longer finishing straight than you first expect when you come in.
It is.
He's not too far away here, so 2:06.22 is the time that we're looking for. I think he's got a big chance of doing this. A minute to the finish line for Have-To Strinsos. It's a long stretch here. He's got to get around the corner. He'll look up and see the finish line.
Come on, Haffy.
Come on, Haffy.
Lift,
come on.
lift.
2:06.22, he's going to get the course record. He's going to be the first Australian to win the race since Lee Troop back in 2006. The time is ticking over. He's got 20 seconds to get to the line. You can see the clock. He's picked up the pace. In he comes.
Come on.
Have-To Strinsos. 2:06.08. He's got to get there by 22. I think he might do it. Give us a wide shot. He gets to the line. He's almost there. Is it an Australian record? It's going to be perilously close. Oh, he might have got there. We are going to have to wait for a thing in a marathon we've never seen. A photo finish.
Oh, my goodness.
What a run.
I'm speechless.
Wow.
What a run.
Are we giving it to him or not?
I saw 21. I saw 21, I swear. But...
Going to 22. We'll have to wait
What
for the officials.
a breakout performance from Have-To Strinsos.
Wow. That was an unbelievable run.
On my screen, I've got an unofficial time of 2:06.20.
Wow.
So we'll just wait for confirmation, but that might be a new Australian record. Hidekazu Hijikata of Japan is going to get second. He is going to beat the course record as well. Wow, what a run, what a day, what a moment.
Very strong run.
Still unofficial, 2:06.20.
Wow.
I think there'll be... Ron Clark will be celebrating.
Oh, big moment.
So can we celebrate? Can we celebrate?
Oh, it's Glenn Hutley.
We'll get Ozaki across the line on his debut. He's going to run a fair time too. He'll be in the sub-2:08 category. So he's going to come down to the line around 2:07.50.
Wow.
And I can tell you that time is now official. 2:06.20, an Australian record for Have-To Strinsos on the Gold Coast.
That's incredible. I can't believe we're saying that. That's amazing.
I think you sense we're excited here. We could not, I'm in shock. We could not have imagined an Australian winner on Australian soil, winning not only a course record, breaking the Australian marathon, men's marathon record. Happy days, happy. Well,
That's a good tagline.
Thumbs up to the crowd.
I think he will have shocked himself a little bit too because, you know, he would have wanted the win. He was definitely the underdog, you know, in the field on paper. But to get that Australian record, that is unbelievable. And by 2 seconds, I mean, you're talking the smallest of margins over a 2-hour distance. That's incredible.
Congratulations to his coach Adam Didyk and the teams, VIS and SASI that have been involved. You talked about that, Izzy, and the training that he's done there. The Pacers did a great job. He ran a superb race. You know, there would have been the doubts of what happened in Valencia. He looked good from halfway. That move that he put in with 7K to go to dispense Hijikata, we're going to hear from him in a moment. And then, you know, he looked like he dropped off the time on it, but you weren't giving it away. You were a good judge.
But I'd love to see the breakdown of the actual pace.
The second half,
you know, and see how he's actually kicked it down.
Yeah.
How unbelievable.
Yeah. No, I love it. I can't wait to see his response to these.
I know.
No pressure, Courtney, down there, but wow, we'd love to hear what he's going to have to say.
and you're just looking at me.
So I'll see if I can work out that. I'll go to the app and get the splits for you. But let's go to Courtney Ackridge with our new Australian record holder.
I have so many questions for you. You have just made history on so many levels. First Australian in 20 years to cross this Gold Coast Marathon finish line. You've broken our Gold Coast Marathon record as well as the Australian record. Take me through how you're feeling right now.
Ecstatic. It hasn't quite registered yet, but I'm sure it will soon. And yeah, this is quite a memorable moment, a breakthrough moment for me. And I've been working hard for this. I'm grateful for all the support I've gotten through my peers, my family, and my coach, Adam Didyk. Yeah, super ecstatic, and there's more to come.
There was so much that happened out on course. You were with a group of very, very strong runners for a majority of the race. At what point did you make that decisive move and have the confidence just to run it home?
I felt pretty good by about 30K. And I just want to give a shout out to Ethan Shuley and the Japanese guys. They were spot on with the pacing through to 30 and 32K. And I felt pretty good at that point. And I discussed with my coach, Adam, prior to the start of the race to, depending on how I feel at the 30K mark, to just go for it, take my chances, and whatever happens, happens.
You came into the Gold Coast in red-hot form. You've had a great season so far. Sitting on that press conference the other day with some of the top marathon runners in the world, did you believe that you had what it took to win today?
Yes, I did. I knew it was just a matter of, getting it on paper on the day. Just getting on with the nuances of the body, and yeah, I knew I had it in me. It was just a matter of when and not if, and this was a perfect opportunity for it with a top field.
ASICS Gold Coast Marathon, it's an iconic course out there. As an Aussie running out there, what was the vibe like? Did the crowds lift you and bring you across that finish line?
Oh my goodness, it was amazing. The energy was amazing through the halfway mark, and also coming back towards the finish line to go the other way. And yeah, the last 10K was just ecstatic, and the energy of the crowd helped me get through.
And have to, running is an individual sport, but it takes a team to get here. You've shout out to Adam. Just a little bit of a mention to any of those supporters out there who were cheering you on today.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, in many ways, I'm just the face. There is an entire support structure behind me. I'm grateful to ASICS and my team, Team Tempo, and of course, I wouldn't be here without my family's support. So super grateful.
Race of your life, race of your career. I can't wait to see what's to come. Congratulations.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Well, what a run. Won by a minute. First Australian winner for 20 years. A course record, an Australian record. And there's confirmation of the times. 2:06.20 by 2 seconds. Over 42.195 kilometres is the margin between the new Australian record and have to Strinsos, Hijikata and Ozaki, Japan, 2nd to 5th. And Mona, it was a 14:33 burst, and he's so consistent around the 15-minute mark per 5K, but he ran 14:33 between 30 and 35K.
And that was its nice. Well, not only did it win him the race, it got him that record, and that's where, credit to him. He didn't have to go, Ben, but he put it in between, and that's where they go uphill. They do have the downhill off that, but up and over the hill, and that's where he's made the significant injection of pace that broke the field up, got him the victory, and got him a famous victory and an Australian record for the taking.
I think that when he made that breakthrough, it would have given him a lot of confidence, and that probably would have pushed him on to kind of push on for a few faster K and really make that a big gap. And in the end, it did get him that Australian record, so an incredible result.
And a great day as we go back to leading female Amaz Kabidi, the 20-year-old from Ethiopia, who is in command, has been for some time. And she's on that stretch towards the finish line. A long stretch.
I think
as it is.
39K.
Yeah, so that's the finish line. That's the finish line.
Drive the mango.
Welcome back to the ASICS Gold Coast Marathon. We've been catching our breath after the excitement of Haftu Strinsos setting a new Australian record. Fastest Australian marathon ever. And we've got one of the greats, Steve Monaghetti, who's still catching his breath as well. And Izzy Batdall, who hasn't discounted a challenge to the Australian record on the women's side in her career, that's for sure. What a morning, and the struggle you can see for our leader in the women's race, Almaz Kebede, is clear as she gets towards 40k.
It's hard to get.
Why would you want to do this?
That's a good comment, Dave. For Izzy to now have to do that today, I reckon you say, wow.
Well, she already holds the Australian record for the half marathon, so why not get it for the marathon as well?
Definitely. I think that it's a great moment in our sport to be seeing people breaking these records that, that haven't stood for too long, whether it's a year or 2 years, and it's just about pushing it on forward and showing each other what's capable. Jess has shown me what I'm going to be striving for, and Andy's kind of set the benchmark for Haftu to break today. It's just great to have that camaraderie and that challenge from other people around you.
It's changed hands a couple of times, the women's record, hasn't it, after Benita held it for such a long period of time, and Sinead Diver.
And that's what usually happens is, it stands for a long time and then one person breaks it and then people go, oh, well, she or he did that, why couldn't I do that?
That's right.
And then you see them tumble and continue to be broken.
Is that a decision maker for you in picking what marathon you might do? Is it time, or is it racing and getting a place in?
Well, I did Boston Marathon earlier this year to run for experience and to run, for more of a placing. I really enjoyed that, but I think when you're kind of setting your goals, it's whether you're trying to go for a time or a placing. And for the next one, I'll be looking to run a faster time, I hope.
So Kebede
and I think we're seeing that out on course today. I think that we talk about the camaraderie at the elite, and they're competitors, but there is great camaraderie in Australian distance running. But out on the course today, you pal up with people you've never met, you help each other to get through the tough parts of the course, and you might become friends for life afterwards, or you catch up here regularly afterwards. So these are the stories that are unfolding out there on the road today, all part of this event.
As you can see, Izzy, I've got 73,000 bits of paper here with information everywhere, and the one bit of information I don't have is what is the Olympic qualifying time and when does the qualifying period open?
They actually haven't properly announced that yet,
okay.
so we're not aware of that. They've set the World Championship standards for next year. I believe it's 2:23 flat. But I expected it for the Australian team to take 2:22, 2:21 to make the team. Yeah. Just with the depth of what.
And I would imagine Beijing for the World Championships, that might be one that a number of athletes decide that might not be the best for their preparation, or is it a hard decision?
It's always hard to pass down an Australian team, but I think that the marathon is moving towards its separate own World Championships
that'd be a good idea.
in 2030. Yeah. I'm not sure how that's going to look, but Beijing, I think, will be the last one of the whole World Athletics sort of banner.
Yep. Do you think it should be a half marathon? Like, just going back to that point before,
yeah.
like, I think a half marathon at those would be, with the World Marathon Majors and the growth of that now, and the money involved and all of those things. Like, you won a medal at the World Championships in the marathon, finishing at the famous Panathinaikos. You followed in the footsteps of Philippides. Yep. Thankfully, you didn't drop dead at the finish line after announcing victory.
Very thankful.
But you were there.
Yeah.
The days of the championships, other than the Olympics, having a marathon finish?
Well, there's so much money and prestige in winning something like a Gold Coast Marathon or a Berlin or Tokyo. So they're almost a bigger incentive now. So I don't hold it, but people can run more marathons now, Dave and Izzy. So why not still go to the Worlds?
But if you had a half marathon, Izzy, I think the field would be absolute rock stars.
Yeah, I think that we're finding now that the top end athletes do end up not usually going to the World Championships unless they think they're a chance to win, because it's just not, like, why would they when they've got plenty of other options? So it does kind of dwindle down the field a little bit, and it leaves room for opportunity, like the girl who came third from Uruguay, who had a 2:29 PB and came out and had an unbelievable day. But
there were two great marathons at the World Championships last year. That was a photo finish in the men's.
There are just some opportunities.
Yeah. And the World Road Running Championships hasn't really stuck, has it, from the super elite? So I just feel that half marathon at the championships, other than the Olympics, which of course you have to have a marathon and everyone will want to go. And as we saw in Paris with the community race, the women's finish with Hassan was just ridiculous. So all of those things. I could chat about this sort of stuff all day. There's a marathon that's broken out here on the road here, and Kebede's edging closer to the line.
It's going to be tied to the women's course record as well, I reckon. Dave?
2:24.22.
Yeah.
So we're going to find out about that. 2:22.22. 2:24.22 is the women's marathon record here, and we're not too far away from the finish.
Rokeby, set, go. How good this feel. This feel immaculate, this impeccable. I'm just trivial. How good this feel. This feel immaculate, this impeccable.
Welcome back to the ASICS Gold Coast Marathon Women's Race, just about at its conclusion. If you've just joined us, well, I feel a bit sorry for you because you missed a momentous occasion in Australian sport with Haftu Strinsos setting a new Australian record in the men's race, 2 seconds off the time, 2:06.20, fastest time ever by an Australian, and this is Almaz Kabidi, the 20-year-old from Ethiopia, who's been in command, but it's been a hard slog towards the finish line, but she's edging closer to it, and 2:24.22 is the course record, Mona.
So about a minute from this point, so she's going to be just outside that, but yeah.
Very strong run.
Still a strong run.
Kwambai of Kenya is in second place, 46 seconds behind. Karamura of Japan, 2 minutes 52 in arrears, and then Nordberg, the leading Australian, so Abigail Nordberg, having a good run. She's 5 minutes and 34 seconds down. So just outside the course record, she put up a good fight. Brilliantly paced by Izzy Batdor's fiancée, Riley Cox, to 30 kilometres.
And Dion did a great job.
Yeah, it did. It's a long finishing straight, isn't it? As we saw from Haftu, as we just were willing into the line and the clock was ticking and he was running and edging closer. And
To be under 2:25, it's a very good run.
so what a run this is from the 20-year-old Ethiopian. Just her 5th marathon. And she will claim the prize for 2026. And it looks like she's wanted to do that for the last 5K or so. Just stop running and have a little rest.
She did get the watch, though. That's the important thing. Had the energy to click the watch, but no, she's actually in pretty good shape. She's had a good run, I reckon, today. Happy with Dion's pacing there and helped her for a lot of the journey and won comfortably in the end. That's a terrific result. For Kabidi.
This will be the runner-up for the 2026
She's not showing the face. A bit of a awkward gait after what everyone has in the marathon.
Yeah.
Lift your voices for Antonina Kwambai.
So Antonio Kwambai of Kenya.
So Ethiopia takes the win. Kenya comes in second.
The 34-year-old,
The third place
second marathon this year after the third at the LA Marathon.
For 2026.
And shows she's run a solid time as well in the 225s. Give you the official time shortly, but it's a good time for her. Her lifetime best, 2:23.20 from Toronto, ran a 2:23 in Seville, so that'll be her third fastest time for Bombay.
I think he high-fived every single spectator from the top of the straight to the finish line.
Hear from our winner shortly. So 2:25.41 winning time. Thank you, Scotty, because the computer says the time behind is 47 seconds, and my math's not that good to add it up so quickly.
Where is the Don?
Often a bit more strained than that, so that's a good result.
First light with the sign.
Kawamura, I think, looks like
Yeah.
is that. I think that one.
So she was 7th here in 2023, so is moving up the rankings. 2:25.44 personal best, so not quite there, but not too far away. So Courtney Ackrig's down at the finish line, and she's ready to have a chat to our winner, Almaz Kabidi.
Almaz, at just 20 years of age, you've just won at the ASICS Gold Coast Marathon. What does victory mean for you here?
Almaz, umri digdama kanani, Gold Coast Marathoni, mo'achuun kee maal sitti dhaga'ama?
Baay'ee gammadeen jira. Waaqayyo haa ulfaatu. Teessoo isaa irratti kanan jedha gammadeen jira baay'ee.
Yeah, thanks God. This is a big victory for me. This is unbelievable.
We'd love to hear about the race today. There was a really strong field that she was running with, and then she broke away and there was no one in sight. Just tell me about that moment.
Dorgommiin cimaa ture. Akkamitti cabsitee baate achi keessaa maal sitti fakkaata?
Beesonnis bareeda nuu deemanii bakka ofitti isaan naa deemnan bareeda jedhee too'in bahee deeme.
Yeah, the pace was really good, and then they go for me, and then I chased them. That was really good. So yeah, it was good.
ASICS Gold Coast Marathon, it's one of Australia's most iconic marathons. You know, how does this set her up for the rest of the year?
Maraatooniin ASICS jechuun Awustiraaliyaa keessa guddaa maraatooniidha. Maal sitti dhaga'ama asirra mo'achuun kee?
Baay'ee gammadeen jira. Sirriitti natti tolee jira. Baay'ee gammadeen jira.
I'm really happy, and it's a surprise for me, and amazing. The course is amazing, and I'm really happy.
And finally, how much has she loved the Gold Coast experience, you know, racing here in the Gold Coast, Australia?
Maaltu sitti dhaga'ama Gold Coastii maal sitti fakkaata biyyi Gold Coastiin sin jechaa jirti? Gold Coastiin akkam maaltu sitti dhaga'ama biyyi akkamitti ilaalte?
Bareeda biyyisi natti tolee jira baay'ee gaariidha.
Yeah, it is a beautiful place, and I love it. I like it.
And a few words to all those supporters back home watching today.
Biyyatti waan jechuu qabdaa waan ergaa dabarsuu kan dabarsitu qabdaa.
Baay'ee waan natti tolee bakka natti tolee jira waan dabarsu.
Yeah, what I'm passing to my home country, I'm happy, and thank you for supporting. Thank you for everything.
An outstanding performance, gold medal at the ASICS Gold Coast Marathon for 2026. Congratulations.
Baga gammadde, baga mo'atte sin jechaa jirti.
Galatooma naa jedhe.
Thank you everyone. Thank you so much.
Amazing.
For everything.
Congratulations.
Thanks, Almaz. That's a good win, Almaz Kabidi. A bit envious of the hairstyle of the interpreter, Mona. Would have been.
We can't
you
talk
and I
about
look good like that. Right, now you strap yourselves in for the next 3 hours as the 17,000 participants stream towards the line, and every time that clock ticks over from a personal best or whether it's a sub 2.5, 3, 3.5, 4, whatever it might be, Izzy, that you know this because your community group in Adelaide's amazing. How many have you got out here running the full marathon?
About 100 overall. Riley did write it up, but there was more in the half.
Yeah.
But yeah, a good percentage in the marathon too, and it's always such a big achievement getting to that finish line in the marathon, isn't it? Like, no matter what your goals or aspirations are, just getting to the finish line is just such a big thing.
So confirmation of the top 3 in the women's event. It was Kibiti of Ethiopia ahead of Kwambai of Kenya, Karamura of Japan, just outside the course record, but filling some fast times, 2:24.53 for the winner. Mono, it always interests me with you with the growth of marathon running that, you know, you ran one marathon in Australia, the Olympics, Steve Monaghetti over and out. You said you were going to retire, which was just a complete lie because you've run every day since 2000, including lots of marathons. Do you feel like you missed something not doing one of these events in Australia during your career because they didn't really exist at the level?
I can tell you honestly that at the Olympics, it was my only one and my last one, the crowd support was phenomenal and something I just wasn't used to it. People calling out my name on the side of the road, I'm thinking, what's going on here? So it is, man. When people say it is, he says it, have to said it. People out on the course really lift you to that final result. It is genuinely true. We are seeing so many people out there today who are going to be in the hurt locker, and the support, their family who have got them to this point, and the crowds out on course, it is significant, absolutely. And it's significant if you can do it in Australia with the home crowd support. And you mentioned that yesterday, Izzy, and it's absolutely true.
Abigail Norberg, 2:30.22, so that's a 3-minute personal best for her, part of the Sydney Run Group, aiming for sub 2:30. Yeah. Well, 22 seconds.
Close. She'll be really happy with that. She went to Valencia last year and she, didn't have the day she wanted. She was a few minutes off, so she'll be really pleased to run that. I know she was a little bit even sick, I think, going in this week. She's got 2 young kids. She runs a business, so she's an amazing woman. So to come out here and run a PB and be just over the 2:30 mark, I think she'll be really pleased, a little bit bittersweet, but I'm sure she'll get that sub 2:30 soon.
Just hearing Mono talk about, we're all fortunate to have been to compete at the Olympics and know what that feeling's like. How often does your mind drift, Izzy, to what it might be like to run on the roads of Queensland, Sunshine Coast, for an Olympic marathon in 2032?
Definitely, that's my absolute goal, and I'm really excited by that prospect. I'll be 36 in Brisbane, and I think that'll be, prime age to be a marathoner at my peak. So I definitely do think about it. Obviously, I've got another games before then that I've got to get through. But yeah, certainly that would be an incredible day. And I was really fortunate to have my debut marathon at the Melbourne Marathon, on home soil to get that experience. I was a less known athlete at the time, so I think, in my time in the future, I'll probably have even more cheers. But that was an incredible experience to do my debut, in Australia, to have the crowds around me.
Just that little event in a couple of years' time as a lead up to Brisbane. I think is it the LA Olympics?
Well, I was just about to say that the women's marathon in LA will be one of the biggest events, I think, because of the history. It was the debut of the women's marathon. Greta Waitz was such a trailbreaker in the women's marathon, but Joan Benoit winning there and all of those things. I think it's going to be a really special moment.
Yeah.
Imagine the crowds out on the course.
I know, it'll be incredible. I really hope I can be there, and I think it's going to be an unbelievable experience in LA.
Simone McGuinness there, heading into the finish line from
That'd be a PB
Ballarat. Girl, good on Simone.
That time clock just looms, doesn't it? At the top there, it gets a bit confusing because this is the gun time, so it's not necessarily you run from start to finish. So for the rest of them, you're looking at your clock and looking up there, and you're trying to work out what time did I actually cross the start.
Thank goodness Happy was right at the front when he started. He needed every single second.
Yeah. We're going to take a little break, our final one, before we wrap up and come back and say goodbye on what's been a momentous occasion, a great day, and a breakout performance from Haftu Strinsos to set a new Australian. Welcome back. That's the finish area here at the Aquatic Centre, Southport, and as we pull back from the helicopter shot, beautiful day, and there's still a few hours of running to come for the 17,000 athletes that towed the start line here, and that's the finish line. And we just saw a moment before 2 hours 36, and there was a runner that he was in a world of pain and managed to find his way to the finish as they are all heading towards becoming a marathon runner. Maddie Di Rosario, she was superb in the women's wheelchair event, winning her 5th title, and we can hear from her now.
Maddie, 5 consecutive wins here on the Gold Coast. The smile says it all. How much does that victory mean to you?
Yeah, it's pretty cool. I mean, it's one of those things, I think, when you're out there doing it, you don't think about it too much, but it was nice to cross the line first. It was an amazing day. I think the crowds out here on the Gold Coast are some of the best that we get to see. So it wasn't my quickest race, but it was a really fun race.
You spoke about in the press conference leading into this race, there was a few new strategies, a few new approaches. Obviously, it paid off today. Just take me through sort of that race plan.
Yeah, I think it was kind of a bit of a see how it goes. As we're kind of doing it, you try and remember all the things that you want to report back to the team and what felt good and what didn't, what parts kind of like they came together and what parts need a bit more work. So lots of learnings, I think, which is nice. It's nice to get to do a race at home and use it to kind of like boost the next little bit. So yeah, I think lots of things to report back to the team about.
And finally, obviously you're such a world-class athlete. You know, we love you here on the Gold Coast. What does this victory mean for the rest of your season?
This is fun. I really love this race. It's one that we try and fit into the calendar, you know, every single year. So it's nice to get to do one at home that kind of isn't just to... I think some of the majors, it's so there's an intensity to it that, you know, you kind of leave either like, you know, thrilled or like devastated, where it's nice to do a race because you love to race, and I love the sport so much. And I think to get to do that here particularly, because we get to see so many runners on the course, you get to really be a part of the marathon, which we don't always get to do on a lot of the courses around the world. So it's one of my favourites. I think, yeah, it's one of the ones that I always try and keep in our calendar.
And to have Christy on the finish line tape there, what does that mean for you?
I know, it's pretty cool. It's good to see. It's so nice to see a familiar face after 42K. It's weird seeing her at the end of the race and not there with me throughout the entire thing. But yeah, it's wonderful.
Incredible performance today. Congratulations, Maddie.
Thank you so much.
Christy Dawes being referred to there, who's helping out with the elite wheelchair team. Izzy Bat-Doyle's here, and we've finally put her on screen because she stopped sweating after running 8K to get here this morning. And Steve Monaghetti, and we're still absolutely buzzing after that Australian record run of Have to Strinsos. And I've actually just seen that Cam Meyer has won the mile of the Prefontaine, Steve Prefontaine. What's going on in Australian athletics? You're in the mix of it, and that's
just, you know, seeing what others are doing, and it's pushing on the momentum. You just think, you know, if they're achieving great things, why couldn't that be me too? And it just pushes everyone on.
Slight setback for me because, of course, athletics is field and track, as you know, and the field events have been carrying the
not this weekend.
Not this weekend, and as we lead up to, you know, the Commonwealth Games in just under a month's time, there's going to be a lot to look forward to.
It is field and track, road, field and track.
Yes,
yep.
absolutely.
It is. We've got our vote.
Yeah, road first.
So it's been a big morning. We started with the Welcome to Country and the National Anthem in the dark before 6 a.m, and then the elite wheelchair field took off on their journey. Perfect conditions. Izzy was 1 hour into her own run at this stage. The inspirational speech from Rob de Castella had everybody wanting to burst through brick walls, and then he asked them to settle down and told them that the race doesn't start until 30 kilometres, and off they went. All shapes and sizes, personal goals. Incredible how the sun rises over the city, and then all of a sudden the bright sunshine.
And it lit up some... The day was lighting up, and the performances lit it up even more.
Do you pay much attention to the sign? Like, one of your days, signs on the side of the road weren't such a thing.
No, and they're very clever now.
Yeah, I think especially in a marathon too, you have the the time and sort of you're controlled. You can actually take some external feedback on and look at the signs and take on the atmosphere around you.
I saw one yesterday. Garmin says your run is unproductive. Like, I didn't really need to hear that.
I think yours did.
Well, it was very unproductive, but I'm sure there's a list of a website where you go and download witty signs, but.
It's the Gold Coast Marathon, an incredible event. I think waking up with the sunrise, being out on the roads in the dark, it's just something that's really special about this event, and yeah, I think it really makes it just such a unique experience.
So we just saw a quick look there at the men's field, and and back to the women. But Have2 ran such a controlled race, Mona, that he didn't really show himself until the 30K, so he obviously listened to Deke's speech. There's Hakanui taking out the men's for the second time. But that 14:33, it's so consistent around 15 minutes for 5K, but then to put in a 5K split that's 30 seconds faster. Is it you think, actually, that it might have been just designed to break the field to get the win?
I think he was just winning the race at that stage, and probably that propelled him on to get such a fast time. I think once when you're trying to break someone else in the race and you're trying to show your cards that you're strong and feeling good, you really want to execute that well and carry that momentum forward. So he would have had that sort of confidence spike, adrenaline, and he would have carried that on for a few Ks to push a bit harder, and probably just realised he was running quick, feeling good, and that's what carried him through to get that record by 2 seconds. Can you believe it?
I'd love to see his last 1K split, Mona, because we thought he might be just outside. And here's this long stretch to the line, and he got there by 2 seconds.
I reckon maybe someone got in his ear, or he saw the 1K to go marker, and he suddenly realised, not only am I winning, not only am I going to run under 2.7, I can get this record.
And I still feel okay, so he's still...
I'm sure that someone would have been, there would have been people along the way, in his team too, sort of giving him feedback, saying like where he was at and how close he was to certain paces and records. So, if he knew that and he was within a few seconds, he was able to really push down. And you could see his form in the last couple of 100 metres. He actually held together really well and was sprinting into the line.
Yeah.
Thank God he did.
Thank goodness he did, yeah.
There was a touch of gout in the gout in the finishing stretch. He was sprinting for the line like there was no tomorrow, and that clock, it's one of the great things about the sport that we love. It's defined specifically by time and distance, and you win, lose or draw based on that. Sometimes the time doesn't matter. The victory's the most important thing.
Today it was both for Have2.
Yeah, incredible. And to get to the finish line. I'm going to enjoy spending the next couple of hours out watching the drama of the finish line and the emotion and all of that. Izzy's going to go and run another 30K. Mona, what are you up to?
We are going to celebrate an historic day for Australian distance running. That's what we're going to do, courtesy of Happy Strinzos.
Well, you'll go and meet Deke and Paddy Carroll. They'll be out there. I'm sure Troopy, who's running his own marathon this year in Geelong. Tremendous. Mona, thank you.
It's been a delight. Thanks,
great to have you alongside. Izzy, thank you to you.
It's
congratulations.
been a great weekend.
Yesterday.
Where's the dog? Where's the dog? Where's the dog? Yeah, the dog, number one. Where's the mango? We still got the tropical fruit brigade up there as well. Waiting on the mango and the dog. And Coco. Go Coco, get those signs up, Gold Coast. You're awesome, we love it.
One, Jenny, also Rui, all home, ASICS Gold Coast Marathon. What up, Danny? Well, Siobhan, Holmesy comes on in. We got B Crew, Kelly, good work, Kelly. Dr. Sexy, right there, that's his number plate, Dr. Sexy. No more comment. Well done, Lincoln. Other end makes a noise, puppet cheer. We're under 3 hours young. Well done, William. Chow, good job. Braden, GC, Tom, all in. We got Clara, Gia, Justo. Well done to Jesse. Also coming on in is the spanner. Great job. Jared's happy, looks at the fans. Well done, Bracco.
Get those hands up, Gold Coast. Wave your signs to the sky. Are you here for your cheer squads?
Well done, Lewis.
Give it up, Gold Coast. Get those hands up. Gold Coast, make some noise.
Paolo for the mighty Belgium nation.
One. Come on in. Andrew, you're home. You didn't see him. The Green Machine, Cliffy, Michael, Joe. Good on you, Joey. Jeff and Luke. The fish is in the house.
関正人さん、ゴールインです。
Dominique.
Liam, the 250. 4-minute K pace.
The 250 bus is a big one.
Royal Webs, Ruby. Come on in. Check the pollers. You're on race 250, sub 250 time.
Big groups of runners coming in now. Clapham home, Gold Coast. We got another wheelie on the way. Oh, this is Shani. She was here yesterday in the half. She's back in the full. Shani, you start.
立川直人さん、名古屋亮さん。
We got a party. Here comes the first of our pacers. The 250 pacers. Are we on time? On time? They're ahead of schedule. They're ahead of schedule. Well done. There's the Moss. We got Big Bad Ben in the house. And the Gold Coast Fish of a sack. Go, you buddy. Put those arms up. Celebrate. You're a superstar.
Oh, yes, I love the Triple M branding. Keeping me in a job. Thank you, sir. Triple M Gold, 92.5. Does he work on our street team? Great running, Dan. The big Zog.
Well on, Hamster.
Kokone with a strong finish down the blue carpet.
The Tri Mob, up the mob, coming across the line.
Quentin.
I said before to the EQM team that the race shirts look awesome.
The man behind the Gold Coast Suns Fitness, Alex Rigby. Wet riggers.
Team Taiwan coming on through. Well on, Harry. Hey, Jacko, you did it, buddy. Well done.
酒井さん、ゴールインです。
Kenta, we got Big Bad Tim. Tommy, home. Smile, smile. Hands up. Yes.
佐久間健太さん、ゴールインです。
Well done to Kenny, Jack, Ming Yi. Josh, home. We got tears of joy.
Yeah, that's it, Mike.
Yeah.
Lift, Mike.
Well done, Cookie. To Dylan as well. Dave, you're home. Robbie, well done, mates. Hey, Joe. Good stuff. Jake, yeah, Jake Swindle. How are you, Jakey boy? Job done, sub 3. Mel is in the house. Do you want to say it?
Go, Mel! 今出た。坂東敦さん、お疲れ様でした。
Yeah, well done. You're home. Rick Dar, big well done. Ben, Matt, you're all home too, boys. Smile. You did the marathon here on the Gold Coast, Jono. Yeah, let's go, Mr. Boland.
Big. There's not Charlie. Your name's not fucking Charlie.
Well done, AJ. Hey, boys. Teamwork makes the dreams work. Well done. Well done, Rory. We got Cam coming on home to the finish line. The ASICS Gold Coast Marathon runway is open. Well done, Teddy. Teddy?
杉村大輔さん、お疲れ様でした。
Well done to Tom. Also, Colin. Osuki. Welcome in.
Great work, Monahan. Let's go, Chris. Here comes the better beer, half he can. This one's worth a lift, Gold Coast. Here it comes. You've never seen a mid-strength beer run so strong. Yeah, the half end.
Better beer.
Great to have better beer on board with the ASICS Gold Coast Marathon this year.
I like his hydration plan. I like it.
佐藤壮介さん。
Oh, we need one. Off piece.
Hey, boys. Hey, ladies. You're home. Gold Coast Marathon.
Keanu and Maxi, look at the two big rigs. Greg and Patrick. Ben, a couple of Rileys finishing together. BB and Jess, Jin, Keith. Great run, Keith.
Well done, Anthony. Tommy's there as well.
I love that.
Is that your dad? It looks like your brother.
He's a good-looking dad.
Young-looking dad too. Oh, I like him.
We've been working together too long, Pete. We're starting to do stuff together.
お疲れ様でした。
Well done, Dill.
Now, all these runners coming home grandstand are breaking the magical 3-hour mark. It's
3
a huge target for marathon runners, Pete.
I'm about to say 3 hours is that magical barrier that you want to do in your life. Well done, Jesse. Got you, Jimmy. We got Matt coming on home. Michael, job done.
George with the big sprint down the inside.
Esme, the flag.
Stephen, great run, mate.
Malaysia flies. Well
Flying
done.
the flag.
Finishers coming thick and fast now. Holding pace.
Port Pacers. Well done. Sub 3. Not just sub 3. You have smashed a sub 3 marathon.
Sam, Breno, Brian. Yes, Sammy.
What
Sorry,
about legend?
Yuki Shohei-san, goal in this.
Oh, you got it, Jimbo. You got it, mate. Hold, 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 hold. Hold, Jimbo. All the way. Joey and Hauser. Strong running onto the blue carpet. King and Reno and Sammy. Sean, Blake, Ivan, Mitch. You've done it, team.
Shota-san, Hanaki-san.
RPG, Sammy, got you set. Well done, team.
Oh, Alex Miller, you star! Sub 3 hours out!
Dad, welcome in. Well done, Sarge.
Nishigami Masaki-san.
Team Taiwan in the house.
All these runners, one of the Rejuve runners as trained by Greta Truscott. Welcome back.
We will see the 3-hour pacer any second round that corner.
Nakamura.
Sub 3.
Yes, oh, Dust! As trained by Michael Shelley. He's done it, he's broken 3 hours. Great running, Dustin.
On debut, a sub 3-hour marathon for Dustin.
Michael Shelley, you might be okay at this coaching business. Yes, look at that. Here we go. Oh, the big flares from Moljo.
3 hours.
Adam, Brody, Cowboy, Matt, Chatley. Gee, you've all broken the 3-hour barrier at the ASICS Gold Coast Marathon. Yes, Jake and Josh.
3 hours.
Ella.
Yes.
You're all ahead of the balloon team. You've done it.
You have done a sub 3 hours. Yes.
Adam. Yes. Let's go.
川口新平
Yes,
さん。
Greg.
そして福森龍平さん。お疲れ様でした。
Way to go, Dane and Jordan, Huey. Well done, Laura. Get up, Laura. Get there. Tremendous running.
Come on, mate. Let's go. This guy can
Oh,
do
keep going, Matty. Matty, don't stop. Don't pull up there, Matty. They're coming behind you, Matt. I can see the calf.
Where is that 3-hour pace group?
Yes, Damo. You champion, Damien.
We got a sprinter.
田村城也さん。
Look at this flood of runners who have beaten the 3-hour balloon. Here it comes, the 3-hour balloon. This is a massive moment.
Yes. 3-hour sub. 3-hour sub.
3-hour marathoners. You've done it, Ryan.
We did it.
You've done it, Tommy.
down.
Yes. Well done to our pacers. Get there, Mina.
He's on 2:59, our pacer. 2:59.
Keep going. Get there. Connor, you can still do this.
川内
Jolie, you're there.
川内優輝さん。
Wow.
That's Yuki.
Bite down,
running
Matt.
as a
You're there,
pacer.
Matt. Go, Matt.
I reckon in that straight there we had a couple of hundred, if not more, going sub 3.
Aoki Tsutomi-san.
Incredible.
That's it, Phil. Well done, Finn.
青木努さん、ゴールインです。
Hey, James, I think your fans are up there. Make sure you enjoy this blue carpet, runners. This is what you've run the last 42 Ks for. Look at the face on Camblad. Let it out, mate. Enjoy this.
What about Kevin? He's happy. So is Kenji and Reedy.
Pagey.
Come on in.
Tremendous.
There you go, Timmy.
Kasahara Kenji-san.
To our runners entering the finish chute, I will tell you the grandstand loves a sprint finish.
Oh, you're cruel.
I'm just telling you what the fans like, Pete.
I know you're right, but it's cruel.
If anyone's got it in them, it will bring the grandstand alive. Oh, here was one. Craig, strong. You got this, Flynn. Come on, bite down. You got 20 metres to go, Flynn.
You did it, Flynn. What a beautiful smile. And you're home. Gold Coast Marathon 2026, a record-breaking day in more ways than one. Jordan, home. Hey, Juicy, you look great. Well done, buddy.
We got another one of our Sunday sippers crossing the line, Louis.
We always say Sunday sippers, Sunday shouts. Let's go.
Big Wolvo. Just grinding it out. Well done, Trent Jesser. Aaron, yes. Great running, Haley, strong. Finishes in the ASICS Gold Coast Marathon for 2026.
松下貴弘さん、そして山崎恵理子さん、古賀優斗さん、お疲れ様でした。
You guys are amazing. You started this morning, you've covered 42.195 kilometres. We love having you here on the Gold Coast. If you don't smile, we send you back to the highway. Well done, buddy. Mr. ASICS himself got the ASICS shirt on. Maybe not the shoes, but anyway. We got Noah, Hinshaw. Here they are. Good on you, Damo. The Horns are in the house as well. Sunday sippers, Sunday scooters. Well up, Riley, Cyrus, Sarah as well.
Great to see a bottlet hat crossing the line, James. Great run, James.
DJ Torley, the voice of the Gold Coast Stadium. Now pumping out cheers as well. How many years have you been here, DJ? 5, 6, 7?
I think this is about 12, actually.
Sorry, I was close.
But we love it. It's this crowd. They're amazing. Look at those signs. Look at the cheer squads. Where's the Don? We don't know. We're trying to find him. That sign's been here since sunrise. We'll find him, though. We'll find the Don.
Great running, Hannah. We were expecting the Don at 2:36. He's half an hour late. Yes. Cooper, strong. Looking strong now. The carpet, Johnny. Mitch. Oh, Michael with a kick down the carpet. Bobbert, great representation, Ollie. Yes, Jesse, you done it, mate. The 2026 ASICS Gold Coast Marathon.
You guys have earned this finish line. Be loud, be proud, get that medal. Share it with your family, share it with your friends. We're part of this journey today. Adam, welcome home. Look at this man. This is Brownie.
Well done, Charlie.
Got a bit of man love out there, Jack.
Tommy
well
and
done.
Kristen. Big Drewy representing the Chiefs.
Well done, Alex. The man in yellow. It's Harry. We got Will and James coming on him as well.
Don't worry about the watch face, worry about the finish line.
Hey, don't forget about V8 supercar announcer Rihanna Crennan is in the race. She's coming through. later on today.
And we're keeping an eye out for Will Davison as well.
Of course, her husband.
Oh, there's a sprint on. Rob, don't get up.
Driver, hey Nick.
Suzuki Hiromu-san.
Got this, Joey.
頑張りました。
Oh, no, Riz. No, 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 Riz. No, 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 Riz. No, 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 Riz. No, Riz. No.
No walking on the carpet, all right? Stewie, well done. Fox, Adam, Tim, JB, David, welcome home. Danny Andre.
Look at this from, oh, we got a wheelie coming through. We got to look out on the finish line. We've got a wheelie finishing on the way. William. Wheelie finisher coming through.
Well done, Danny Andre. Hey, look.
Evan gets it.
Do you know her? Do you know him? Is this a security check? Well done, Tindy. Hey, T. 1, 2, 3. Simon, Gaza, Isaac,
Ryan,
and
punching it
Dave.
home. A lot of love. Yes, James, strong. This has been incredible running by the finishers coming onto the blue carpet this morning.
Make sure you follow along with the Gold Coast Marathon app. You'll be able to find when your athlete is on their way to the finish line. It's all free through Apple Store. Nixon, Dave, well done.
So the finishers entering the run shoot. I'd love a sprint finish. I don't feel like we've really had one yet this morning. Who's got it in them to unload on the blue carpet? Who's got a kick left in them? Philippa maybe. Liam, surely. Take off and go, Scotty. Let's go, Busy. Oh, here's one from Emma. This is a strong finish from Emma. She's gritting the teeth. She's getting to the line. She's going to break 3:10.
I love how the athletes stop. They share the finish line with their family and their friends. They say thank you, thank you, thank you. Got your Tom. Welcome on in. We got Jaden, we got Matt.
Come on, Dex.
We got Dex with a bit of a skip. Muzz, great name. Well done, Muzz. Larry, Jamil. Hey, Tess, you did it.
Oh, big celebration coming from Rudy. Another one of the Sunday Sippers crew. Crackers. Great representation from this Sunday Sippers mob. I love the uniforms, I love the energy, I love the fact they're filming everything, Pete.
And they love to sip.
And and you know what it is? What day is it, Pete?
Sunday sip, Sunday skull. That's what I always say. That's what I always say. I couldn't remember it. Sunday skull.
Here we go. Here comes, what is this? The 310 balloon. The 310 balloon. Believe in the balloon. Get there, Andrew. Stay with him. Oh, no, Andrew, don't do it now.
The flag of Mexico. Yay, Harry.
Harry. Hands in the sky as you cross the line in the 2026 ASICS Gold Coast Marathon.
Well done, boys.
Keep going.
Make some noise right here.
Oh,
right
come on,
here.
Carter.
Make
You
some
got this.
noise.
They're with you, Carter.
Come on.
Let's go.
Let's go.
Come on. Come on.
Yes.
Yes. Come on, Carter.
Go.
You're there.
Go. Yeah.
Hey, that was unbelievable grandstand. Carter will never forget the finish to the 2026 ASICS Gold Coast Marathon.
You are amazing, Gold Coast. You are amazing.
Oh, the man in the kilt! The man in the kilt!
Don't want to know what he's got under, but I'm
him a bit of chafe.
I believe he's a traditional Scotsman, Pete. Nick and Remy and Raymond and Mickey and Deckers.
Yeah, boys. Well done.
Oh, a little bit of the airplane from Jay on the blue carpet.
Landed. Andy, Matt, Quinny, good job.
Good running. Tremendous running community.
Great work, Seb. Enda, good job.
Pete, you star. Toowoomba runners. Great running. Is that a pacer who's lost his balloon? Vipers from the North Shore of Sydney. Strong running, Nicholas and Rach. Let's go, Hales and Whitey. Jimmy, you're there, mate. You're there, Jimmy.
We've got Jen coming on in. Well done, Kev. Cam, Sambo, come on in. Brad, you did it. Great work. Toppy, well done, Matty.
Great work, Callum.
Davin, Nathan, well done. Norse, come on in.
Justin,
you did it, buddy.
Taking scalps on the carpet, Justin. Great work, Connor. These are all sub 3:20 runners. Yeah, Robbie boy! Tars.
Well done, Cash. Well done, Van Tail. Craig, you're there. Justin, welcome home. We got a super mum coming home.
Great work, Stephen.
Look at this mum. She was one of our pacers.
One of our pacers.
Soon as she's finished, she's back on duty. Mum, legend.
Oh, let's go, Big Jonathan. You can get this, mate. You got this. Come on. Don't worry about that left leg. You can chop it off in about 20 metres. You've done it, Jonathan. Oh, crap! You've got to be careful on the blue carpet, Pete. There are snipers everywhere.
Well done, guys. Welcome home, team. This is your finish line. You earned it. You got it. You did it. There's Ben Wallace. Is he out there soon? Theo, good job, Sarah.
Plenty of runners coming over the line now. Everybody under that 3:20 mark. Look at the smile. Who are we cheering on? Who are we cheering on? Ned, you've got a very loud friend.
The good, the windy tri-club coming through. Put those hands in the air on that blue
Hands in the sky, team.
Let's celebrate!
Coco,
yes! Put them up! Put them up!
Oh, I love this. Tay! Yes, Tay! Yeah! That is the best. That is the best.
That's what it's all about.
Yeah, Katie!
Katie, you did it.
Oh,
Come
Tay.
on. Everyone in the grandstand, hands in the air. Hands in the air. Let's go. Pump. Pump it up. Pump it up.
Here we go, crew. You've made the blue carpet. Jonesy! You're a star, Jonesy. Lift. Oh, holy hell, Mia!
Yes, Shane.
Oh, Morley, give it a bit.
Morley, back, home. Ronnie, home.
Oh, I like this effort on the blue carpet.
Jazz, Jim, Bryn, Callum, Max, you're home. Patrick, Charlton.
You got this, Rob.
Matty, Steve, well done, mate.
This
Steve.
blue, oh, Bonesy. This blue carpet is where you can make real memories here, Gold Coast runners. Tony's thinking about it. You've earned the right. Oh, we need you, Gold Coast. But Joe, we gotta go. This ain't no walking zone. Let's go, my man. just a hobble, Bacho. Lift, Gold Coast. Run that line, Bacho. The last few metres.
佐藤康之さんゴールインです。
Right, France.
You did everything you could, team. Well done, Gold Coast Grandstand.
Baxter, Maddie and Hammer. The Cowboy!
The Cowboy!
Don't worry, there's 7 more. 7 more of those Cowboys to come through.
We're actually filming an edition of Farmer Wants a Wife, so if all good of the single ladies can make their way to the finish line.
All guys, all gentlemen.
Yeah, Samuel. Eliza, I love the effort on the blue carpet.
Yeah, well done, Rosie.
Good Heath, finish Heath, strong Ethan. Oh, good Joshy, lift them Josh, lift them Juju.
Well done, Josh. Well done to Hop, Sam in the house as well. Go, let's go, slow jog.
Oh, we need you, Gold Coast, the big O has gotten a bit slow. It's the big D. Come on, D, you can't walk the finish line. You've got to run the finish line, D. Come on, just a jog. Little something, big D.
Well done, Phil, Joe, Jezza, good job, team. Smile, you're home, ASICS Gold Coast Marathon. Yeah.
All right, we need you here, the Gold Coast Grandstand. We've got a runner who needs everything from you.
To our corporate.
She's got the 2 helpers, but she needs you as well now.
Charlotte, 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 Charlotte,
Charlotte. It's all you, Gold Coast. It's all you. Make some noise. Make some noise.
Mexico.
Amazing work. Alan and Jan and Seth and Mateo and Danny.
Here's Brad and Chase from RPG. Charles, good job, Scotty. Well done, Ray.
塚田幸之さん、ゴールおめでとうございます。お疲れ様。
We are welcoming 17,000 runners home over this finish line this morning. Yeah, Finny boy! Oh, you on that, Pete?
Make some noise! Come on! Corporate! Make some noise!
This is why it's the best finish line in the world.
Let's go!
Another Sunday sipper across the line. This is one hell of a run, club.
ゴールインです。お疲れ様。
Let's go! A wave on the finish line.
Andres, we got Jack. Got you, Troy boy. Welcome home. Smile.
市川愛さん。市川さん。
Smile, guys. Put those hands in the air. Hands up. Celebrate Gold Coast Marathon.
Yeah, Matty, another one of them.
It's time for the good times. Forget about the bad times, yeah. One day to come together to release the pressure. We need a holiday. Celebrate. Oh, gonna be so nice. Holiday.
Gel Kyano 33. Advanced geometry. Dual layer cushioning. Combined to form fluid support technology. Experience stability reimagined for lasting comfort.
good morning, everyone, and what an amazing Gold Coast morning it is. Thank you to all the people who have come today to not only witness but also participate in what is such an incredible event, the 46th Gold Coast Marathon, the 31st in a row, proudly presented by ASICS. And what an amazing day with some amazing achievements that we're going to celebrate very shortly. My name is Ned Bum. I'll be your host this morning, but at this stage I'd like to welcome to the stage the CEO of Events Management Queensland, Ben Mannion, just to come up for a quick chat.
How you going, Ned?
Mate, I'm doing well. We're running in paradise. What can you say?
Yeah, are there any marathon runners out there? 1, 2, 3. Well done. Congratulations to everyone that ran the race today. Amazing. And what conditions we've got, Ned?
This event is just going from strength to strength, isn't it? I mean, 15,000 runners today, 43,000, a record in total, up 10%. Can you really put into words how important this event is for Gold Coast?
Well, it's not just the Gold Coast, it's Queensland. It's the biggest event in Queensland now. We're expecting well over $70 million for the economy, particularly on the Gold Coast. And we've got over 4,000 international runners here this weekend and about 22,000 people from outside of Queensland. So it just gets bigger and bigger. People build their whole holiday around this event and come for the week and bring their family and friends. And we really love that. And no, this weather the last few days has been exactly why people come here. It's been fantastic.
You mentioned just then that people are building holidays around it. I was bailed up by a friend of mine who used to be the coach of the Wagga Tigers. He came up, bailed me up. It just seems to be really, it has established itself as the go-to marathon in Queensland, if not Australia.
Yeah, very much so. People get all their groups, their running groups together. We've got really big running groups. I was talking to Izzy Bat-Daw this morning, funnily enough, and she was saying 1,000 of the Adelaide people are up here, running up here. So we've got that spread out all across the country where little running groups come up here or even big running groups come up here and really test themselves on a really fast course. And we saw a record yesterday in the half marathon and a record today, an Australian record by Have-To in the ASICS Gold Coast Marathon. Great result.
And what does it say about the event in general? There's an old expression, it takes a village. It takes a lot of people to get this on. Thousands of volunteers, everybody here today, obviously all the supporters lining the streets, supporting the athletes as they go through. What do you think it says about the community?
Well, when I started in 2023, we had 8 staff. We've now got nearly 25 staff and 6 contractors. And I must give a big shout out to the 1,600 volunteers that have been out there. The volunteers absolutely are the life and breath of this event, and we love having them there. And we can't do it without our sponsors. We've got some fantastic sponsors. Today's all about ASICS Gold Coast Marathon, but have a look around. All the activations are full on today. Everyone's there. I've seen a few people at Better Beer getting a few drinks, celebrating. So yeah, we can't do it without them, and it's been a fantastic weekend for that.
I guess lastly, what's the next step? You mentioned Better Beer just then. Maybe a beer after this. Do you take a minute to just let it breathe in, or is it just, all right, how do we make it bigger and better next year?
So this afternoon we get all the team together at 5 o'clock, all of my team and a couple of the local runners as well, and we reflect a little bit on today. We get our ambassadors in, so Deke Mona, Pat Carroll, Benita Willis, and we have a good chat about the weekend, and we take some time to reflect on this year and how great it was, and but planning starts tomorrow, absolutely, for next year.
Too easy. Congratulations, another great year.
Well done, Ed. Thanks, mate.
Thank you, mate. Well, thank you to Ben, and some great words there, especially just about how big an event this is and just how much effort it takes to get going. So thank you. And we're going to move on to the ASICS Gold Coast Marathon Female. Worth noting, all place getters will receive prizes from Polar Street X, the Urban Sports Watch, Shocks, headphones, Gooder sunglasses, as well as an ASICS pack. Now, at this time, I would like to invite Tomoko Koda, Managing Executive Officer of ASICS Corporation, to present the awards. In third place, with a time of 2 hours and 28 minutes, from Japan, Kade Kawamura. Another massive round of applause. In second place, with a time of 2 hours, 25 minutes, 41 seconds, from Kenya, Antonina Kwambai. An outstanding time from an outstanding athlete. And first place with a time of 2 hours, 24 minutes, 53 seconds from Ethiopia, Almaz Kabibi. And if you're able to be upstanding for the national anthem of Ethiopia. Almaz, I'd like to have a quick chat with you now, courtesy of Nathaniel, your translator. When did you feel like this race was yours for the taking?
Jechuun hojiin kootis murteessaadha. Hojjedheen dhufe waan ta'eef akka mo'adhu immoo abdiidhaan dhufe.
I know my work was hard and I did great training. I knew from that. And the course also amazing. Flat course. I was, good.
What was your favourite part of the course running here on the Gold Coast?
Maalinni kan jaalatte koorsi kanarra wal dorgommii kanarra.
Baay'ee natti tolee jira bootichis gammadeen jira.
Everything is good. The facility, the service, everything, especially the course, unbelievable. I didn't expect like this.
And you're only 20 years old. It's hard to believe you have so much ahead of you. What is next for you?
Umriin koo osoo xiqqoodha. Maal eegda ammaach maal godhuu barbaadda? Maal planning kee maaliin?
Waaqayyo fayyaa namaa yoo kenne bakka sa'aatiin jirutti deeme sa'aatii fiiguun fedha.
My plan is to run the fastest marathon and to win more marathons in the fastest course and a big marathon.
And lastly, what can you say about your two opponents here who obviously ran outstanding races as well?
Maal jechuu barbaadda ijoollee si wajjin jiran kana wajjin maal jechuu barbaadda?
Jechuun isaanis ciccimoodha. Waaqayyo na gargaaree fiiggadheen jira.
Yeah, they are also strong athletes. I'm happy to run with them. So happy and grateful.
We are happy for you. Congratulations. Congratulations, everyone here today on an amazing race. we're now going to move on to the ASICS Gold Coast Marathon male category. Coming in third with a time of 2 hours, 7 minutes, 48 seconds from Japan, Jinya Ozaki. In second with a time of 2 hours, 7 minutes and 20 seconds, also from Japan, Hidekazu Hijikata. And in first place with a time of 2 hours, 6 minutes, 20 seconds, a new Gold Coast Marathon record from Australia, Haftu Strinzos. And if you're able, please be upstanding for the Australian National Anthem. First of all, everybody, Haftu Strinzos, what an incredible performer, incredible athlete, incredible race. How are you feeling at this exact moment?
Look, to be honest, it hasn't quite registered fully yet, but I'm super excited, and this has been a big day for me. I've been working towards this for the past couple of years, so it's just beautiful to see it come together.
Tell us a bit about your process, because you were primarily a 10K racer. Obviously, you had a great success in Launceston recently. How did you feel heading into the race with the preparation you had?
I was pretty confident in my fitness. You know, sub 61 in Launceston a few weeks ago. I know I was in good shape, and it was just a matter of getting it down on paper, you know, just seeing how the body pulls up on the day. And we had a plan, and the plan was to go for it if I'm feeling good after the 30K mark, and I did, and you know, it worked out for the better, so super excited and grateful.
And at what stage did you look back and see daylight between your competitors, and what goes through your mind at that stage?
At about the 32K mark, when our last pacemaker dropped off, I had the feeling that no one else was prepared to go for it, so I decided to take the lead, and that's when I realized, you know, I might be on my own. And yeah, I was glad to have one more competitor with me, and yeah, that pushed me. And also the energy of the crowd was amazing. Thank you guys so much. Yeah.
and what went through your mind when not only you crossed the line, but you collapsed, you're exhausted, and then someone tells you in your ear, you've broken the record here?
To be honest, I knew it was going to be pretty close, but I didn't realize I'd broken it until I was told. I got it by a couple of seconds or so, but it really hasn't quite registered yet. But I'm just so grateful and yeah, excited.
And I just want to inform people who may not be aware of your story. Obviously, born in Ethiopia, raised by a Greek family in Melbourne. Actually, a bit of a surprise for you. Uncle Shane here. He's actually got your mum Maria on FaceTime right now.
Good family friend. Hi, Mum. Love you.
How special is this moment to represent Australia, to be the first Australian to win the Gold Coast Marathon in 20 years?
I think they just answered for me. It's amazing. It's amazing. I can't believe it. And yeah, I've been working for this the past couple of years. Tried so many times, failed so many times, and it's just beautiful to see it come together.
Ladies and gentlemen, one last massive round of applause for Haftu Strinos and everybody on the podium today.
Thank you, Gold Coast, and thank you, ASICS.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take a quick break and we'll be back soon with our wheelchair winners. Thank you.
Look at the emotions and the effort on the faces of these athletes who just conquered 42 kilometres.
17,500 athletes report paces, my hometown. Shaq, 17,500 athletes, 62 countries.
Now, Megan Frost, if you are in the finisher's chute, I've got your partner here anxiously waiting for you. Megan Frost, we want to see your hands in the sky. JB is standing by.
Well done, boys and girls. Party time. GC Central.
It is hot out on course, team. Keep going, keep going, keep going. You got this, Earth Oscar. You can do this. We need you, Gold Coast. Don't wait. Oh, no! Well, that is a way to finish the ASICS Gold Coast Marathon. We said no walking, and that ain't walking. Yes, Vivi. I love this, Pete.
Great work, Darren. Jono's here as well. James, welcome in. Troy, Bob, Richard. Great job also to look smaller. Toby, Nick, Harvey. Welcome in. Wonder Woman's in the house. You're there. Go, Manny. Crafted, Run Club, in force today.
Let's go, Gold Coast. Keith wants a bit.
We got Sapsy coming on through. Danny Boy, Brendan, Rob Yao, Jacko, good on you, Geordie, and XY. Archie's home, so's Robbo. yourself, big fella. How was it, Lise? Okay, that's all better than not good.
Great night. Here comes Grace Tame, Australian of the Year, doing the double, letting out a roar. She finished the half yesterday and she's just finished the full with her mate. An unbelievable moment. Well done, Grace and friend.
Well done, Tim.
Megan Cross, we are still waiting for you at the finish line. JB's here. He finished. That is a very strongly worded shirt, my man. Let's go there for you. Finish strong. Come on.
Well done to Chris. We got Emma. Coming on in. What a smile. Go in, Sarah. A guest star. You did it as well. Andrea. Geordie. Santos. Tomo. All home. Scuba. Hey.
Yeah, Gino.
Geordie. Kill it.
Gussie. Let's go. Let's go, Lizzie. Danny, you're a star, mate. Yeah, dates. We're keeping an eye out. Angus.
I told you it'd be a short break. We are back with the Gold Coast Recreation and Sport Wheelchair Marathon Awards for the female category. A quick note that all winners receiving awards at the moment will receive a Polar Vantage V3 Premium Multisport watch, the Shocks Open Run Pro 2 Conduction Sport headphones, as well as the 2NU Gold Coast Marathon Special Edition polarised sunglasses, and of course the ASICS pack as well. At this time, I'd like to invite Anna Louise Kasuki from Gold Coast Recreation and Sport, the CEO, on stage to present. In the female category, in second place with a time of 2 hours, 59 minutes rather, and 30 seconds, Shani Digby. And in first place, a familiar name, a familiar face with a time of 1 hour, 57 minutes and 3 seconds, Madison Di Rosario. Another great big round of applause for our female wheelchair marathon winners. Well, Matt, you and I get to have a chat again, just like a couple of days ago. 5 times now. That is equal record, 5 times wheelchair winner. How does that feel? How does that sit with you?
It's a bit surreal, to be honest. I think you don't kind of get into a career like this to kind of tick off those sorts of numbers. I think every race really does exist as its own thing, like we spoke about. at the press conference. And I think when you're out there, it's really the last thing on your mind. And I think as you cross the finish lines, when you kind of realize that, you know, what a race actually means. So no, it's pretty exciting.
And how are you feeling now? Because we mentioned a couple of days ago at the media call, you were going through a bit of a different split of training, trying out some new things. How do you feel that went?
You know, I felt a bit flat out there, and I think there was some really good bits and some not so great bits. So I think lots of things to report back to the team. It's one of those things while you're out there, you're trying to remember all the details you want to tell them. But I think about 15k in, I did start to feel a bit average. But I had Mariella as one of my cyclists out there today. She was a last-minute call-up. She brought her bike up to train with me up here 2 days ago. My other cyclist managed to get her a vest, so she did her first marathon also. But that was exciting. I think as I started to kind of feel a bit average, like that honestly made it so much better.
I remember when we spoke the other day, I mentioned that I think I was 1 year into being a journalist when you won gold at 2018 Commonwealth Games. And reading through your accolade list, you feel like you've run a marathon after going through all those awards. Is the next step making yourself the first 6-time winner?
You know what? It's definitely on the list. I'll be back next year for sure, so absolutely.
But of course, there is one underlying question that remains unanswered. That is the record. Christy Dawes' record. It'll either be your finishing, it'll either be your magnum opus, or it'll be what haunts you the rest of your career. Is that the goal next year? Maybe a 6th, maybe a record.
You know what? I was going into this race, I was like, we'll give it a go. I think every time you line up, you're like, we'll see if we can do it. I felt that headwind in the first 5 kilometres, and I was like, today is not my day. I can make my peace with that.
That's how I enter every run. I just blame the headwind every single time. Well, congratulations, both of you. Another incredible day, another incredible race. Congratulations. Go have a well-earned rest.
Thank you.
Well, we'll move on now to the Gold Coast Recreation and Sport Wheelchair Marathon for the males. Coming in third with a time of 1 hour, 52 minutes and 22 seconds, Bill Chaffee. In second with a time of 1 hour, 48 minutes, 13 seconds, Tristan Orchard. Was also told this was his first race in a racing wheelchair as well, which makes it just an extra special achievement as well. And in first with a time of 1 hour, 39 minutes and 2 seconds from Japan, Koda Hokinu. Ladies and gentlemen, your male wheelchair marathon winners. You already have a mic, you've come prepared. First of all, congratulations, your second win here on the Gold Coast. How does that sit with you?
まず最初におめでとうございます。ここゴールドコーストで2度目の優勝になりますけれども、どういったお気持ちでいらっしゃいますでしょうか。
とても嬉しいです。
Very happy? As you would be, as you would be. Now, you came second the last 2 years. How important was it for you to make up for that and get first this year?
今回また表彰台に戻ったということで、どういった気持ちでいらっしゃいますか？
そうですね。スタートから一人だったんですけど、3年前の自分のこの コースでの、自分のベストのタイムを更新したいなと思ったんですけど、それがちょっと届かなくて、ちょっとその点においてはちょっと残念でした。
He was aiming to make the best time that he made 3 years ago. This time there was no competitors, so he was just fighting his own time, but he couldn't reach to that best time that he made in Gold Coast, so that was a bit disappointing. But
what do you think you'll need to do to get that time if you are coming back next year?
ではそのここでのベストタイムをさらに更新するためにはどんなことを考えてまた戻ってきてくださいますか？
そうですね。あまりアップダウンがなくフラットなコースなので、それの対策をしっかり積んで、一人でもタイムが出せるようなそういったトレーニングをしていきたいなと思います。
I prefer the course with up and down. However, for the Gold Coast, it's rather flat, so he has to push himself throughout the race, and it's challenging. But that's what I have to conquer to make the best time of myself in Gold Coast.
And just lastly, what makes Gold Coast so special for Japanese athletes, Japanese para-athletes who do so well here every single year, keep coming back here in great numbers? What makes Gold Coast so special for the Japanese contingent here today?
コウタさんはじめ多くの日本のアスリートの方たちがこちらの方でレースを展開してくださって皆さんいい成績を出されるんですけれども。And I'm sorry, what did you say?
What makes the Gold Coast so special for Japanese athletes and para-athletes?
はどうして日本の方にとっていいコースっていうか特別なんでしょうか？時差がないからとかかな。
そうですね。時差がないっていうのは一つ大きいのもありますし、やはりコースがフラットなので、健常者のランナーの方は速度をキープしやすいので、なんかタイム狙いやすいのかなっていう感じですね。
For Japanese athlete, we don't have much time difference, so that was one of the big benefit. And also for the Gold Coast, it's rather flat. So for the runners, it is rather preferable course to do the race.
Well, we look forward to having you back. We look forward to having many, many more Japanese athletes and para-athletes back. And once again, congratulations, everybody. A big round of applause for our wheelchair male marathon winners.
またぜひ戻ってきてください。たくさんの方と一緒にレースをするのを楽しみにしています。
ありがとうございます。Thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to have one last little break before we announce the Queensland Marathon Championships. If there is anyone that may think that they are in that top 3, please make your way here so you can be definitely acknowledged for the hard work that you've put in. We'll be back soon.
Let's see the finish of your 42.2 kilometre journey today.
Well done, Carl. Great work. Oh, I can feel it, Beatson. I can feel that hip flexor. But you're home. You finished the ASICS Gold Coast Marathon for 2026. Welcome, everybody, to your victory lap, the blue carpet. It's your time to celebrate. Oh, I thought Dave was going to wander off course there.
That was Super Dave.
That was Super Dave.
Oh, yeah. Amy, congratulations. What up, Benny? Come on, put a smile. We want to see a good finished photo. If you're going to smile at any time today, it's got to be on the blue carpet. It's got to be on the blue carpet, okay?
Oh, let's go, Sammy. Work, Sammy.
Do you want security? You okay?
Oh, it's okay. I've actually got my personal security just here. Gnomes takes care of security at Seabus.
Sharon from Tomaree. Taiwan are in the house to flag. Come on, Tom. Keep going. Laura, Worms, Darren, beautiful work. Sam, Hazy.
Let's go, don't pull up. Brooke. Yeah, Raymondo! Oh, Amy, look at the love for Amy. I don't know what that is, but I like it.
so far. Mark's in the house, so's Bailey.
You got it, Dave.
Jason, Tristan. Whoop.
I just got burnt by a runner as badly as I have all morning.
Yes, Big Cottrell. Yes, her first time. She's going to go so far. Well done, Big. Where are you, Nate?
This hand can't go down until somebody hits it. Yes!
サーブフローあと9秒、8秒、7秒。
Oh, good kick from Griff. Look at Griff go.
Well done, Jacob. Jacob Ben. Yes, Iron Man extraordinaire. Coming on through, Aaron.
Now we are keeping an eye out for another friend, Pete Murray. Because Rihanna Korean is not far away. Moments. Yeah, Charlie!
There she is, Rihanna!
Work, Scotty.
Rihanna! Well done, Rihanna!
You're a star, Rihanna Korean!
Job done,
and you've done it! The 2026 ASICS Gold Coast Marathon. Piper, you've done it! Dave! Look at the smile on Big Dave!
Look at Jimmy, Mitchell, Oscar, Ellie, Zira, Rue.
Come on, Sweaty.
山田隆二さん、お疲れ様でした。
Vinci, your camera's on you. You got this.
We got Abel, Stefford, come on in. Wide. Yeah. Pause.
Let's go, Devlin. Come on, Beck. Yeah.
Another Sunday.
Good morning, we are back and we are just about to wrap things up here today with the Queensland Marathon Championships in the female category. I'd like at this stage to invite Benita Willis, the Gold Coast Marathon Ambassador and former Australian Marathon record holder, to the stage to present the awards. You're already here, you're a pro at this by now. In the female category, coming in third with a time of 2 hours, 42 minutes, 34 seconds is Maisie Russell. Well, I don't believe is here at the moment, but still give her a round of applause. Coming in second with a time of 2 hours, 36 minutes, 22 seconds, Alexandra Linden. Ali with a big cheer squad here today, evidently. And coming first with a time of 2 hours, 36 minutes, 19 seconds, Rin Ringi. If you've still got breath, another big round of applause for our Queensland Marathon champions. Congratulations, and we'll move on to the male category now. In third with a time of 2 hours, 29 minutes and 12 seconds is Tom Brimlow. Yes, dear mate. Just casually rocking up. I love it. Hand delivered by Benita herself. Special treatment. Coming in second with a time of 2 hours, 28 minutes, 30 seconds, David Baker. Big congratulations to David. And coming in first and in absentia, because I don't believe he's here, Alex Harvey with a time of 2 hours, 15 minutes and 11 seconds. We'll still get the photos. Jump up there. Another big round of applause for our Queensland Marathon Male Championships. And just like that, we are done for another year. A massive congratulations to all the finishers, and as well as all the finishers of the Fix Nutrition Gold Coast Double, the 63.3 kilometre event. You crazy, insane people that do a half and then a full marathon the day after. Unreal. We'd also like to congratulate our Gold Coast Marathon Legend Club inductees this year. A massive thanks, as always, to our naming rights sponsor, ASICS, as well as China Airlines, Southern Cross University, Gold Coast Airport, Australia Fair, Fix Nutrition, and Gold Coast Recreation and Sport. We'd also love to give another big shout out to our official charities, Gold Coast Hospital Foundation and the Gold Coast Community Fund. In addition, I'd also like to personally give a big shout out to everybody out there with their individual charities too. Last check at this stage, 357 charities represented. The target was $1.4 million. We're just about at 1.5 at the moment, which is an amazing result. So congratulations to everybody involved. What an amazing weekend. Enjoy the rest. Have a great time, and we'll see you all again next year.
Thank you.